Chapter 1756. Yi Futian's indifference made the one-eyed old man's face even colder. When you walk out of the altar, it will be the time of your death. The one-eyed old man stood not far from the altar, as if he had taken root. His single eye was locked onto Chumu. The chilling, killing intent in his eyes was so intense that people in the distance could feel it and tremble. That cold and ruthless killing intent kept attacking him, locking him from head to toe and attempting to invade his body. The altar could block attacks, but the impact of the killing intent could not be blocked by the altar. Chumu bore directly. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary martial saint. Otherwise, even an ordinary 8-star martial saint would not be able to withstand the killing intent of the one-eyed old man, let alone a 4-star martial saint. Chumu endured it. Then he ignored it and focused his mind, wholeheartedly capturing the flash of light and comprehending it. For a moment, Chumu did not have any good ideas. Instead of fighting against the one-eyed old man, he might as well comprehend it wholeheartedly and make himself stronger. That would be more possible. The people around all retreated far away. No one dared to stay around the altar. The one-eyed old man's ferocity was not just for show. Fortunately, the one-eyed old man's target this time was only Chumu. The others were all ants in his eyes. He was too lazy to make a move or pay attention to them. Time slowly passed. The one-eyed old man continued to stare at Chumu with endless killing intent. But Chumu didn't seem to feel it at all. This feeling was like a reef standing tall in the ocean. No matter how many waves battered it, it still wouldn't fall. The divine light became complete and was caught by Chumu. The essence of the sword skills appeared in his mind one by one. Sword skills, sword skills. What was sword skills? What was sword skills? The sword skills that he had cultivated, the various sword skills that he had cultivated, and the various sword skills that he had comprehended in the forest of 10,000 sword steels of the true God sword sect appeared one by one in Chumu's mind. Sword skills, sword skills, sword skills, sword skills, sword skills, pure skills. Using one's arm to hold the sword and using one's own strength to drive it to the core of the sword. It focused on the combination of steps and body, body and mind and sword. It did not contain anything else. Sword skills, sword skills, sword skills, sword skills, sword skills, sword skills, as well as power outside of pure skills. Compared to sword skills, it was more complicated and involved more control and use of one's own strength. Sword skills and sword skills, although they differed by one word, were fundamentally different. However, the core of the two were the same. In his mind, the shadows of the swords that he had once possessed began to shine brightly. As the light flickered, the sword shadows clashed, as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed, displaying its sharpness. Chumu continued to comprehend, grabbing the divine light and that trace of inspiration. He had a feeling that he was about to grasp it, but it was hard to grasp. Lin Biruo, the little maid, hid far away like the others. She remembered her master's words and pretended not to know him. Otherwise, she might be killed by the one-eyed old man or used to threaten her master. Time passed slowly. Just then, a person carefully walked forward and approached the one-eyed old man. "Senior, I have something to tell you. It's related to Chumu." This person was a 7-star Saint rank initial stage expert. He was the person who had been blinded by greed and attacked Chumu with his sword. "Speak." Originally, the one-eyed old man wanted to kill him. However, after hearing that it was related to Chumu, he decided not to act for the time being. However, the one-eyed old man was still scared to death. "Chumu has a maid. She's here. Capture her and threaten him." The person said. He knew that he had already offended Chumu by attacking him. He originally wanted to leave quickly, but he didn't expect the one-eyed old man to come. He felt that the one-eyed old man's strength as a 9-star saint was enough to kill Chumu. As long as Chumu died, he wouldn't have to worry about revenge. However, if Chumu stayed on the altar, the one-eyed old man wouldn't be able to do anything to him. As long as Chumu didn't die, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. After thinking for a while, he came up with this idea. There was nothing he wouldn't do to kill the enemy. Where? The one-eyed old man's single eye swept across. That terrifying gaze made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an abyss. It's her. The seven-star saint was overjoyed and pointed at Lin Biruo. Lin Biruo's face turned pale. Very good. As a reward, I'll give you a painless death. The one-eyed old man nodded and said to the seven-star saint. The seven-star saint's face changed drastically. He pointed at Lin Biruo because he wanted the one-eyed old man to kill Chumu as soon as possible so that he could live. He didn't want to give up his life. However, there was no time for regrets. The one-eyed old man pointed his finger and a blood-red light shot out. Vengeful spirits were entangled. It was the vengeful spirit finger again. It was said that those killed by the vengeful spirit finger would become one of the vengeful spirits to increase the power of the vengeful spirit finger. There was no medicine for regret. The seven-star saint's forehead was pierced by the blood-red light. His consciousness was shattered and his primordial spirit was destroyed. As for whether he would become one of the vengeful spirits of the vengeful spirit finger, perhaps only the one-eyed old man himself knew. Chumu, this old man will kill one of your maids first. The one-eyed old man's killing intent locked onto Lin Biruo. Lin Biruo's body trembled as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her blood froze and her body was numb. She couldn't move. The gap between the 5th and 9th layers was too big. Although Lin Biruo's foundation wasn't bad, she could only be considered an ordinary genius. She couldn't be compared to Chumu. Although he didn't pay attention to the one-eyed old man, Chumu heard his words clearly and his face instantly changed. Damn it! Chumu's eyes flashed with killing intent. If the seven-star saint didn't die, Chumu would definitely let him know that death was a kind of release. What should he do now? Leave the altar? If he left the altar, he would lose the protection of the altar. With his current strength, even if he went all out, he wouldn't be able to fight the one-eyed old man. After all, the difference in numbers was too big. In the end, Chumu was better in other aspects. However, his cultivation was too low. It was a serious hindrance. It couldn't be helped. His cultivation talent wasn't outstanding. With the change in his dantian, it was harder for him to raise his cultivation compared to others. In addition, he didn't have enough time. Even if he kept creating conditions, he still couldn't raise his cultivation quickly. Speaking of which, Chumu's cultivation speed was already very fast compared to other geniuses of his generation. However, his current opponents were no longer geniuses of the same generation. They were from the older generation or even the older generation. Even if the older generation's talent was average, they had the advantage of time. The time they had to cultivate was several times or even 10 times more than Chumu. Over the years, the older generation of experts had a more solid foundation. They had more possibilities, and their strength had also increased. In terms of talent, they might not be as good as Chumu. However, their only advantage was very obvious. What Chumu lacked the most now was time. His enemies wouldn't give him enough time to grow. Therefore, Chumu had to do his best to find opportunities to raise his strength. At present, his cultivation was a huge shortcoming. It was his biggest shortcoming. As long as his cultivation base increased, his strength would immediately increase significantly. However, it was useless to say 1,000 times. Now that Lin Biruo was facing a life-and-death crisis, what should he do? Watch Lin Biruo be killed? It seemed that this was the only way. Young master, don't come out. Lin Biruo's firm belief made her completely explode. She said this sentence like a swan song. She had lost all her strength. Die. The one-eyed old man smiled coldly. He pointed with one finger. The blood-red light appeared again, and the vengeful spirits were entangled. The blood-red light broke through the sky. In the next breath, it would penetrate Lin Biruo's forehead, making her suffer the same fate as those who had died under the vengeful spirit's finger. Lin Biruo could only watch the blood-red light attack. She looked at Chu Mu for the last time. Suddenly, a purple gold light flashed in front of her. The sword intent was domineering. The blood-red light was shattered by the purple gold light. A figure appeared in front of Lin Biruo. He was tall and wore a purple gold robe. He held a purple gold sword and stood in the sky. His aura was condensed. He was like an emperor of the mortal world. No one knew how he appeared. He appeared just like that and shattered the vengeful spirit's finger with one sword, saving Lin Biruo. Purple Monarch, Jin sang. This person saluted Chu Mu with his sword. He was Chu Mu's opponent in the second stage of the Sword Sect spiritual seal, the Purple Gold Emperor. Yes, Chu Mu had used the opportunity of the Sword Sect spiritual seal. Do your best to stop him. If you have the chance, kill him, Chu Mu said. Yes, Purple Sword said. So it's a peak 8-star saint. You are also resisting me. Die. The one-eyed old man judged Purple Sword's cultivation with one glance. He smiled coldly. The sword on his back leaped up and slashed down. The blood-red sword light tore through the sky. More vengeful spirits appeared. It was the upgraded sword move of the Vengeful Spirit Finger, Vengeful Spirit Sword. The one-eyed old man was a 9-star middle stage sacred rank expert, while Zijian was at the peak of the 8-star sacred rank. The difference between the two was clear, but Chu Mu knew that the 5 great experts in the Sword Sect Spirit Imprint were all extraordinary and could challenge those of a higher rank. Perhaps Purple Sword wasn't a match for the one-eyed old man. However, he could stop him for a period of time. Chu Mu even wondered if he could kill Purple Sword. That was why he said to try his best to stop him and kill him. Spirit burn! Purple Sword shouted. A flame appeared from his body and quickly spread. It turned into a purple gold flame and burned fiercely. As the flame burned, Purple Sword's aura rose. He broke through the peak 8-star saint level and reached the early 9-star saint level. Moreover, it was still rising. He became stronger and stronger. Finally, he stabilized at the mid-level 9-star saint level. He was much stronger than when he was at the peak 8-star saint level. Chapter 1757. Spirit Burning. When Chu Mu saw this, he immediately felt that his understanding of the experts in the Sword Sect Spirit Imprint was very shallow. His heart was incomparably shocked. The increase from the peak of the 8-star saint level to the middle of the 9-star saint level was shocking. It was far better than the first level of the Sword God's Descent secret technique. Even the second level could not be compared to it. It could be said that the increase of the spirit-burning secret technique was between the second and third level of the Sword God's Descent secret technique. Without a doubt, this should be a very terrifying secret technique to increase one's strength. The price to pay for it might be very high. Using a secret technique to forcefully increase your strength to the middle of the 9-star saint level, you are still no match for me. The one-eyed old man snorted coldly. He had been in the middle of the 9-star saint level for dozens of years. He had mastered his own strength to the extreme. He did not think that he was inferior to other 9-star saint experts. A person who used a secret technique to increase his strength might be comparable to him in terms of strength, but definitely could not be compared to him in terms of application. Soon he realized that this idea was wrong. The spirit-burning secret technique was used very quickly. In just an instant, Zijian's strength had increased completely. He slashed out with his sword. The purple gold sword was domineering and majestic. As the sword slashed down, it collided with the blood-red sword light of the vengeful spirit sword and shattered. They were evenly matched. Nothing can change your ending, the one-eyed old man said. His body flashed and turned into a shadow. He quickly approached Zijian and launched an extremely fierce attack with the blood-red sword in his hand. The one-eyed old man's sword technique was strange and cunning. It was cruel and ruthless. Every strike was fatal. On the other hand, Zijian's sword technique was majestic and domineering. He was like an emperor descending to the world. Their strength was on the same level, but Zijian's sword technique seemed to be better. Suddenly, the one-eyed old man was suppressed. It was an unbelievable scene that happened in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned and found it hard to believe. They originally thought that the one-eyed old man would easily defeat the purple gold-robed man and then kill Lin Bureau to force Chumu out. They did not expect that the one-eyed old man would be suppressed by the purple gold-robed man who had mysteriously appeared. With his life at stake, Chumu stopped comprehending and stared at the battle between Zijian and the one-eyed old man. With his attainments in the sword, he could tell that Zijian's attainments in the sword were indeed superior to the one-eyed old man's. However, it was only by a little, not by much. As a result, she could only slightly suppress the one-eyed old man. It was impossible for her to gain the upper hand, let alone kill him. He could tell that Zijian's condition was very strange. Under the secret technique of soul ignition, her figure seemed to be fading bit by bit. Could it be that the price of the soul-burning secret method is to burn oneself? Chumu suddenly thought of this and was greatly shocked. It seemed that this was the only explanation that could explain why the soul ignition secret technique was so powerful. Once the body was burned to ashes, the body would also disappear and die. I need to become stronger. Chumu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Zijian had ignited himself in exchange for a moment of strength to suppress the one-eyed old man. Based on the current situation, he should be able to delay the one-eyed old man for a long time. He had to obtain even more strength during this period of time. After calming himself down, he began comprehending again. Perhaps it was because of the pressure from the outside world, but Chumu's mind was unprecedentedly focused and clear. The intense battle between Zijian and the one-eyed old man affected the surroundings. The cultivators all retreated. Those who were unable to dodge in time were caught in the shock waves and died on the spot. They died very unjustly. Lin Bureau reacted quickly and had already fled far away. The difference in strength was simply too great. She could only do her best to not become a burden. Zijian's sword was domineering and grand. The power that each strike carried was extremely shocking. It would definitely cause the surrounding air to resonate. It was like thousands of people had gathered and were marching in formations under his command to kill the enemy together. Faced with Zijian's sword technique, the one-eyed old man immediately felt like he was going against the world around him. He felt pressured. This was the sword of an emperor, as well as the way of an emperor. Fortunately, he had immersed himself in his own strength for several decades. Otherwise, if he were a regular mid-level 9-star saint, it was very likely that he would have been defeated by Zijian already. The battle continued. Aside from those who were standing on the altar, everyone else retreated far away. They were at least 10,000 meters away. They all stared at the two sides of the battle. This was a battle between 9-star saints. It was extremely rare to see. It would more or less help their sword techniques and cultivation. They could not miss this opportunity. If it were any other time, Chumu would naturally wholeheartedly watch and comprehend as well. However, at this moment, he had something more important to do. He had to comprehend the sliver of inspiration that he had obtained from sacrificing the onyx god sword. Chumu had a feeling that as long as he could completely comprehend that sliver of inspiration, his way of the sword would definitely improve qualitatively. Right now, he had to comprehend it completely in the shortest amount of time possible. The sense of urgency and the danger from the outside world did not cause Chumu's mind to become chaotic. Instead, he became even more focused. The effect of his comprehension became even greater, and his efficiency increased. In his mind, sword shadows clashed and replayed scene after scene. It was the process of Chumu practicing the sword again and again. Starting from the sword technique, he gradually progressed to the sword technique. He continued to deepen and comprehend the bottom level, the level of the sword technique, the level of the way of the sword, the realm of the sword technique. The essence of the sword technique, the essence of the sword, his own pursuit, his comprehension became deeper and deeper. His train of thought became clearer and clearer. The answer was close at hand, right in front of him. The one-eyed old man's afterimages circled around and dodged the purple sword. The blood-red long sword slashed down. Instantly, streaks of blood-red sword light pierced through the air like arrows falling from the sky. The incomparably hard silver ground was instantly broken by this sword. The streaks of blood-red sword shadows pierced into the ground. He swung the sword with both hands and swept it across in a domineering manner. It was like a thunderbolt, extremely domineering. Under this domineering move, the streaks of blood-red sword light that shot towards him were directly shattered. The purple-gold sword light cut through the void. The one-eyed old man's single eye was suffused with a blood-red color. Behind him, a sea of blood appeared. As the waves of the sword fluctuated, the waves surged. In the midst of the surging waves, the purple-gold sword light shattered and dissipated. The sea of blood boiled. A blood-red figure rose from the sea of blood. He held a huge blood-red sword and slashed down from the sky. The baleful aura was dense. Corpses floated up and down, slaughtering all life. What a terrifying sword! Could the purple sword block it? The sword was raised. The purple light was dense and the golden light blazed. As the purple and gold intertwined, the sword instantly expanded and slashed upwards. The two swords clashed, causing a terrifying storm to wreak havoc in all directions. The one-eyed old man raised his hand and pointed out. Blood-red light shot out, surrounded by vengeful spirits. Shatter! The purple sword glared. Purple-gold light flickered in his eyes. The vengeful spirits dispersed. The blood-red light dimmed and disappeared without a trace. As the two swords clashed, fine cracks appeared on the incomparably hard ground, spreading out. The old man used his sword technique with all his might, wanting to defeat and kill his opponent. However, his opponent was extremely powerful and tenacious. For a moment, neither side could do anything to the other, resulting in a stalemate. So powerful! How terrifying! That Chumu actually has such an expert protecting him. How fortunate! The person they were referring to was the purple sword. No one would have thought that there would be an expert with the strength of a 9-star saint following and protecting him. From the looks of it, it was an expert who obeyed Chumu's orders. That was what was even more frightening. Some geniuses would have powerful followers protecting them. However, the relationship between the two was that of a senior and a junior. However, Chumu seemed to have a master-servant relationship. Chumu was the master, and the mysterious expert was the servant. If that was not the case, he would not have appeared only when Linbiro was in danger. It must have been Chumu who ordered him to act. However, what was puzzling was how this expert was able to follow beside Chumu. No one had discovered him. Other than Chumu, no one else knew of the purple sword's origins. That was why he felt mysterious and even more fearful. They were glad that they did not attack Chumu, especially that 8-star saint. If Chumu was in danger, he would definitely provoke the 9-star saint expert. He was definitely not in existence that he could fight against. No wonder he could take out so many silver hearts. He must have come from a very powerful force. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such wealth and a 9-star saint expert as a servant to protect him. Someone made a presumptuous guess. Others felt that this was the truth. However, the truth was the opposite. Chumu did not come from a powerful force. Everything that he had was obtained through his own efforts. Nothing was obtained without effort. The fierce battle continued, but it did not affect Chumu at all. At this time, Chumu had reached the most critical moment. A sword can be gorgeous or simple. However, no matter what kind of appearance it has, no matter whether it is decorated or not, it cannot change the fact that a sword is a lethal weapon. It is a weapon to strengthen the body and kill people. Whether it is swordsmanship or swordsmanship, it is a way to display. Different methods are used to interpret the sharpness of the sword and to display the sharpness of the sword. For a swordsman and sword cultivator, all of their strength exists for the sword in their hand. The sword in their hand exists for the sword cultivator. They are one. The sword is the sword. The person is the person. The person controls the sword. The person controls the sword. The person and the sword become one. There is a sword in my heart. My heart contains the sword. Sword force is the strength of the sword itself. Thoughts appeared in Chu Mu's mind one after another. They seemed to be unrelated to each other, yet they were inextricably linked. All of the sword projections transformed into streaks of light that flew toward the center of the formation. The illusory sword shadow in the center quickly became solid. Above strength is will. The will of the sword is not sword intent. It is true intent. When the two words true intent appeared in Chu Mu's mind, the wind blew and the cloud surged. The heavens and the earth shook. An unprecedented, higher level of comprehension emerged, and the pinnacle level 9 sword power in his body also transformed rapidly under this comprehension. Chapter 1758. In his mind, there was only one sword shadow left. As the light flowed, it seemed to have transformed into a real sword. There seemed to be talismans condensed within the real sword. The talismans were embedded in the real sword and were one with the real sword, inseparable. It could be said that this true sword was constructed from countless sword Tao talismans. An indescribable and indescribable power flowed around the true sword, pulsing in and out. Chu Mu's eyes opened. An indescribable sharp light shot out and entered the onyx great sword. As if it could sense it, the onyx great sword trembled. In that instant, Chu Mu had the illusion that he could control the onyx great sword. Illusion, after all, it was an illusion. However, controlling the onyx great sword was not Chu Mu's goal. He did not know what kind of existence this thing was. Naturally, he would not touch it easily. Sword intent, he muttered in a low voice. In his tone, there was an unimaginable surprise. Chu Mu completely didn't expect that in the black god enormous sword, he would be able to comprehend a realm that he had heard of before but had never been able to touch. It was a higher level of sword strength, a strength that belonged to the same lineage as sword strength but was above sword strength. Sword intent, this was the power of the sword itself. It was the sword's will. Once he grasped the sword intent, Chu Mu felt that the various sword intents that he had grasped before seemed to have a backbone. That feeling was like an army that had an excellent commander. It was no longer a plate of loose sand. So that's how it is. In the ancient sword path, the sword intent is the foundation of all true intents. Chu Mu was enlightened. Sword intent was the essence of the ancient sword path. It had been lost until now. To be able to comprehend it, it was a great opportunity. It was also due to his own high perception. However, he had comprehended the true intent of stab, followed by the true intent of slash, true intent of defense, true intent of chi, and true intent of quake. The only thing he had yet to comprehend was the true intent of sword. Therefore, the 5 true intents that he had comprehended were not related to each other and could not coexist. But now, he had grasped the true intent of the sword. This was the foundation, the commander, the central hub. It was possible for him to control all other true intents. However, that was the future. Today, Chu Mu had just started. This is the essence of the ancient sword Tao. The so-called comprehension of concepts, profundities, and laws is but a detour. Yes, it was only now that Chu Mu realized that a true sword cultivator should walk on the ancient sword Tao. However, the loss of the ancient sword Tao caused the path of sword cultivators to become different. They walked on another path and deviated from the original sword Tao. Who was stronger and who was weaker? It was hard to say, but Chu Mu now had a judgment and a choice. After comprehending the true intent, one would be able to embark on the path of the ancient Sword Tao. While he was immersed in joy, the battle between Zijian and the one-eyed old man had reached its climax in the outside world. As the battle progressed, the one-eyed old man gradually discovered something. Zijian's soul ignition secret technique was burning herself. It slowly faded and her power weakened bit by bit, allowing the one-eyed old man to gradually regain the upper hand. After understanding this, the one-eyed old man began to change his method of battle. He no longer used powerful sword techniques in an attempt to suppress Zijian. Instead, he stalled for time, exhausting her power as much as possible until she could no longer endure the backlash of the secret technique. At that time, he would naturally win. As he exhausted Zijian's power, he paid attention to Chu Mu's movements. As soon as Chu Mu walked out of the altar, he would use his ultimate move to kill him. Even if he could cultivate in the altar, who knew how many years it would take for him to possess the strength to contend against the one-eyed old man under such circumstances. Moreover, the one-eyed old man was not standing still. As time passed, he would cultivate and comprehend more and more, becoming more and more powerful. When Chu Mu woke up and saw this, he immediately understood the one-eyed old man's plan. He glanced at Zijian and discovered that her body was slightly more transparent than before. She seemed to be able to last a little longer. Grasping the true intent of the sword can increase the power of the sword by 100 times. Chu Mu thought as he silently calculated his strength after grasping the true intent of the sword. First-level sword force could increase the power of the sword by 2 times. Second-level sword force could increase it by 3 times, and so on. 9th-level sword force could increase it by 10 times, while the true intent of the sword, which was above sword force, could increase it by 100 times. The difference between 10 times and 100 times was 10 times. This was the difference between sword force and true intent of the sword. Theoretically speaking, 100 times was equivalent to an entire world of difference. Originally, when Chu Mu did not use the Silver God equipment, Divine Wilderness Origin Returning Secret Technique, Sword God's Descent Secret Technique, Demon Fighter Vambrace, and Sword Domain, his strength could barely contend against an ordinary beginner 8-star saint. He would be at a disadvantage, but with his tenacity and superb sword skills, he could still hold on for a while. Now that he had grasped the true intent of the sword, he estimated that he could defeat or even kill an ordinary beginner 8-star saint and contend against an intermediate 8-star saint without using any of his trump cards. There was a threshold between beginner and intermediate saint-level experts, and another threshold between intermediate and advanced saint-level experts. Theoretically, the difference was the same, but there were many factors that affected it. Unknowingly, the difference was even greater. Chu Mu was only an intermediate saint-level expert, and he was at the bottom of the intermediate saint level. The difference between him and an advanced saint-level expert was too great. Therefore, his obvious improvement was not very obvious to an advanced saint-level expert. With my current strength, if I use all my trump cards, I can defeat or even kill an ordinary advanced 8-star saint. To a certain extent, I can contend against a peak 8-star saint. However, there is still a huge gap between me and a 9-star saint. The gap between a peak 8-star saint and a beginner 9-star saint was much greater than the gap between a peak 7-star saint and an 8-star saint. If I can break through to the 5th sky of the Aeon, my strength will definitely improve. At that time, when I use all my trump cards, Chu Mu's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. If this continued, Purple Sword could only delay the one-eyed old man, but could not kill him. Moreover, it seemed like the one-eyed old man was still paying attention to Huang Xiaolong while fighting Purple Sword. This meant that if Huang Xiaolong planned to use Purple Sword to delay the one-eyed old man and leave the altar, he would very likely be attacked by the one-eyed old man. With his current strength, there was no way he could withstand the one-eyed old man's attack. Moreover, there was Lin Biruo. If Huang Xiaolong ignored her, she would definitely be killed by the one-eyed old man. If I have the cultivation of the 5th sky of the Aeon, Even if I can't defeat the one-eyed old man, I have a better chance of escaping. Chu Mu thought, if I'm in time, I can even join forces with Purple's sword to kill him. If the one-eyed old man wanted to kill him with Chu Mu's personality, he would not let it go so easily. If there was a chance, he would definitely kill the old man. Now, there was a chance to see if he could grasp it. After making his decision, a spiritual herb appeared in Chu Mu's hand, the bronze blood dragon root. He had decided to refine the bronze blood dragon root and raise his cultivation to a whole new level. According to Long Yun Kong, the power of the bronze blood dragon root was extremely violent. He had to use other spiritual herbs to neutralize its effects. Otherwise, it would be difficult for his body to withstand it. If his body was not strong enough, not only would he be injured, but he might even die. With my 5th level saint body and super self-healing ability, I should be able to withstand it. Chu Mu thought. The current situation was not up to him. His chances of escaping were slim. It was not his style to stay on the altar. Breaking through was a must. A 5th level sacred body allowed Chu Mu's teeth to easily chew through even refined steel. Under his great strength, he bit through the bronze blood dragon root, chewed it, and swallowed it into his stomach bite by bite. The taste of the bronze blood dragon root was not very good. It had a metallic taste and was hard to swallow. However, for the sake of increasing his strength, Chu Mu had to endure it. In just a few breaths, the entire bronze blood dragon root had been swallowed by Chu Mu. The berserk energy immediately exploded in his stomach. With a bang, Chu Mu felt as if his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were being attacked, as if they were about to explode. An indescribable pain spread throughout his body. He could clearly see that his internal organs had cracked under the impact of the power. Fortunately, his 5th level saint body was strong enough. Otherwise, the impact of the violent power would have been enough to destroy his internal organs. The wood phase origin in his heart instantly emitted a rich vitality that wrapped around his internal organs. Combined with his self-healing ability, his internal organs healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the violent impact of the force was endless. It spread throughout his limbs and bones, as if it was everywhere. Chu Mu felt as if the bones, tendons, and muscles in his body were being torn apart and almost shattered. Fortunately, his strong self-healing ability, combined with the vitality of the wood phase origin, allowed his injuries to heal quickly. Only then was he able to hold on and form a stalemate. Although Chu Mu's sacred body was a 5th level saint body, the self-healing ability of his sacred body was comparable to a 6th level saint body. Combined with the vitality of the wood phase origin, the self-healing ability was comparable to a 7th level saint body. The self-healing ability and the violent impact force were in a stalemate. Chu Mu's sacred body was damaged and healed again and again. Begin refining. This situation allowed Chu Mu to heave a sigh of relief. At least his sacred body was able to hold on and was not destroyed in an instant. He quickly mobilized the divine wilderness sword origin in his body. Like a peerless divine sword, he cut into the violent impact force and separated a small portion. He wrapped it up and moved it along his meridians. As he moved it, he slowly refined it and turned it into the divine wilderness sword origin. Chapter 1759. The bronze blood dragon root was rooted in the 2nd level of the sinner's cave. It continuously absorbed the power of the bronze ores and was nourished by the bronze sinner's aura. After thousands of years, a stream of bronze blood was formed. It could be said that the stream of bronze blood dragon root was the essence of the bronze blood dragon root. The power it contained was at least 70% of the entire bronze blood dragon root. The power was very violent, like a volcanic eruption. Wave after wave, it continuously attacked the limbs and bones. After experiencing it personally, Chu Mu knew why Long Yun Kong said that it could only be refined by neutralizing other spiritual herbs. This violent power was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Even a normal level 5 sacred body would not be able to withstand it. At the very least, one had to have a level 6 sacred body to be able to withstand it. Fortunately, although Chumu only had a level 5 sacred body, he had the healing ability of a level 7 sacred body. He was barely able to withstand it. The next step was the difficult step, refining. To refine the violent power, one would need to put in a lot of effort. The divine wilderness sword energy took away traces of the violent power. As it was transported again and again, it was gradually refined into the divine wilderness sword energy. The powerful divine wilderness sword energy was undetectable. He focused and ignored everything in the outside world. He used all his strength to control the divine wilderness sword energy to refine it. This power was very violent, like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. It was difficult to tame. Chumu had to have enough patience, perseverance, and strength to subdue it. However, his body had to constantly withstand the impact of the violent power. Fortunately, by refining the violent power, he could weaken it bit by bit. This was equivalent to weakening the damage it caused to his body. Zijian's figure became fainter under the soul ignition secret technique. His power level also decreased a little. He was barely at the middle level 9-star saint level. He could fall to the beginning level 9-star saint level at any time. In this situation, the one-eyed old man didn't use a powerful sword technique from beginning to end. Instead, he patiently wasted the purple sword's energy because using a powerful sword technique meant that his own energy would be consumed even more. He wanted to kill Chumu and couldn't allow any accidents to happen. At this moment, he could feel that Chumu's aura on the altar was gradually increasing. However, he did not take it to heart because the increase was not obvious. Secondly, he felt that no matter how much stronger a 4-star saint was, he would not be a match for a 9-star saint. However, the one-eyed old man would still pay attention to Chumu's movements. As soon as Chumu left the altar, he would immediately erupt and break free from the purple sword, killing Chumu. After killing Chumu, he no longer needed to tangle with Zijian. He could leave directly. Refine, refine, refine. Strands of violent energy were tamed and turned into the divine, desolate sword essence. The amount of divine, desolate sword essence increased bit by bit. From the early stage of the 4th heavenly layer of the ancient era, it gradually approached the middle stage. 15 minutes later, Chumu's cultivation finally broke through slightly, reaching mid-saint. At the same time, Zijian's strength fell to early 9-star saint. However, his sword skills were still very strong, allowing him to continue fighting with the one-eyed old man. After reaching the middle stage of the 4th immemorial realm, Chumu's ability to refine the violent energy had increased a little. The damage the violent energy had done to his sacred body had also decreased a little. However, Chumu's self-healing ability had not decreased. His refining speed increased by another step. This time in just 15 minutes, Chumu's cultivation broke through from mid-4th heavenly layer to late 4th heavenly layer of the ancient era. After reaching late 4th heavenly layer of the ancient era, his refining speed increased by a lot. Soon he reached the peak. The difference between early 4th heavenly layer and peak 4th heavenly layer of the ancient era was very obvious. If you continue to improve, only death awaits you. The one-eyed old man sneered. Zijian's strength had decreased further, and he was completely suppressed by the one-eyed old man. The one-eyed old man was looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Zijian. Blood-red sword light filled the air. Streaks of strange, sharp, and tricky attacks came from every angle, making the purple sword feel overwhelmed. However, it was barely able to hold on with the large sword. Zijian also realized that Chumu was increasing his strength. It was a crucial moment, so he did his best to delay the one-eyed old man. Reaching early 5th heavenly layer of the ancient era from peak 4th heavenly layer of the ancient era was a major change, and it was even more difficult. If it was any other time, it would take at least a few years of accumulation before there was any hope of a breakthrough. However, at this moment, with sufficient energy, it would only take a short time to break through. However, at this moment, every minute and every second seemed very urgent. Refine, refine, refine. Charge, charge, charge. Peak fourth heavenly layer of the ancient era. The limit of fourth heavenly layer of the ancient era. There was only a fine line between a breakthrough. Is he trying to break through? Will it work? Even if he breaks through, only death awaits him when he faces the one-eyed old man. Some people noticed that Chumu's aura had increased, and they immediately understood that he was about to break through. How did he do it? He went from early fourth heavenly layer of the ancient era to peak fourth heavenly layer of the ancient era in such a short time. He must have taken some powerful spiritual medicine. I saw it. Refine, 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 and accumulate energy. The violent energy became weaker and weaker, and it could no longer cause any damage to Chumu's saint body. All right, let's break through in one go. After accumulating enough energy, Chumu used all his energy to break through the bottleneck. At the same time, the one-eyed old man used a terrifying sword technique. He slashed out with his blood-red sword, and it turned into a blood-red light. It was so fast that people couldn't see it with their eyes. It crossed the sky and shot toward Zijian. It was too fast, and Zijian was directly hit. He was sent flying. Blood-red light flowed around his body, further weakening his aura. His strength dropped to the level of a 9-star saint. Zijian was not a human. Instead, he was a type of spirit that existed within the spirit seal of the sword sect. If he was attacked, he would not be injured or killed like a human. Instead, his strength would decrease, and he would only disperse after he had fallen to a certain level. Die! The one-eyed old man's voice was cold, and his killing intent blazed. He attacked again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streaks of bloody auroras pierced through the air and approached from every direction, trying to pierce thousands of holes into the purple sword. Zijian reacted quickly. He held the sword with both hands, and his energy fluctuated. The purple-gold flames on his body burned fiercely, as if adding oil to the fire. His aura also increased. Emperor's infinite Tao. A loud roar sounded. It was like the wrath of an emperor. The sword emitted an intense purple-gold light that swept out in all directions. Popping sounds rang out continuously. The streaks of blood-red light hit the purple-gold light and shattered, turning into light spots that spread out. It was extremely beautiful, but there was a fatal danger in this beauty. Blood slaughter, soul-seeking sword. The one-eyed old man was a bit surprised that he couldn't kill Zijian. Then he unleashed an even stronger sword technique. Intense blood-red light gushed out from his body. Behind him, there seemed to be a huge, vengeful spirit that let out a mournful roar. A sword slashed through the sky. The blood-red sword light turned into a vengeful spirit and pounced on Zijian. Blood slaughter, soul-seeking sword. Everyone saw the blood-red spirit from 10,000 meters away. Their expressions changed drastically. They felt their souls tremble, and an indescribable fear emerged from the depths of their souls. Zijian's pupils reflected the blood-red color and then turned purple-gold. Sovereign's descent. He slashed out with his sword. Intense purple-gold light shone like a diamond, shattering the space and descending upon the ground. Terrifying shockwaves rippled out from the collision, spreading out in all directions and shattering the ground. The purple-gold sword light was shattered by the blood-red sword light. The remaining blood-red sword light shot towards Zijian and was shattered by Zijian's sword. He's still so difficult to deal with. The one-eyed old man's expression was a bit unsightly. Originally, when he saw Zijian's strength decreasing, he unleashed a powerful sword technique in an attempt to defeat and kill Zijian in one fell swoop. He didn't expect Zijian to be so tenacious. He had grasped such a powerful sword technique. Even when his strength was inferior, Zijian was still able to resist him. Emperor's wrath. Zijian switched from defense to offense, taking the initiative to attack. Behind him, there seemed to be an emperor's shadow. His subjects rebelled, and the emperor was enraged. At that moment, everyone 10,000 meters away felt a great disaster looming over them. Zijian raised his sword, and a huge purple-gold sword shadow appeared in the sky. The huge sword slashed down like an emperor's judgment. The one-eyed old man's expression turned serious. This sword made him feel threatened. Blood, slaughter, purgatory sword. Blood-red light spread out and descended from the sky. It was like hell had descended, covering hundreds of meters and enveloping Zijian. The purple-gold huge sword seemed to cut through heaven and earth and slashed through purgatory. Rumbling sounds rang out and Yuan Qi rippled. They were evenly matched. Everyone could see that Zijian's sword technique was stronger. The difference was in their absolute strength. After one move, Zijian's figure became fainter, and his strength became unstable. He was between the peak of the 8-star saint realm and the 9-star saint realm. Although the one-eyed old man had used up a portion of his strength was still at the 9-star saint realm. He didn't use any secret technique to increase his strength. With this, purple sword was once again at a disadvantage. Blood slaughter gale sword. Jian slashed out, and the sharp blood-red sword light was like a meteor piercing through the sky. It was unbelievably fast. One sword followed by another, and each sword seemed to want to kill Zijian. Zijian moved his feet and moved his body, waving his huge sword to block the attacks. However, he was still hit by the blood slaughter gale sword. His body trembled, and the parts that were hit directly evaporated by the high temperature. At that moment, Chu Mu, who was on the altar, trembled. A powerful force surged in his body, and a powerful aura gushed out like a volcano. His cultivation had finally broken through. He had broken through from the peak of the 4th sky of the immemorial realm to the early 5th sky of the immemorial realm. The berserk energy of the bronze blood dragon root hadn't been completely refined. There was still a part of it that couldn't be refined. Chapter 1760. He broke through. Early 5th heaven of the Aeon? So what if his cultivation base has increased by 1 heaven? The gap between a mid-level saint and a high-level saint is too big. With his original strength, even if his cultivation had broken through to the 1st heaven, he would at most be able to contend with an ordinary 8-star martial saint. That's all. In theory, the difference in strength between the 9 heavens of the Aeon was 100 times, but that wasn't the case. It was affected by various factors. In terms of swordsmanship, combat experience, combat skills, and many other aspects, 100 times difference could only be considered a comprehensive difference in the quality and quantity of sword origin. However, the higher one's cultivation base, the more sword origin one's sword origin would be. It would also be purer and have different changes. Firstly, in terms of recovery speed, a high-level saint was much faster than a mid-level saint. In terms of the use of sword origin, a high-level saint was also much better than a mid-level saint. Otherwise, just the increase in sword origin wouldn't be considered a breakthrough. However, Chu Mu's divine wilderness sword technique was a divine-level cultivation technique. Coupled with the change in his dantian, the quality and quantity of his sword origin were comparable to those at the 6th heaven of the Aeon when he was at the 5th heaven of the Aeon. The most violent power that couldn't be refined was rampaging in his body, trying to destroy Chu Mu's saint body. However, after repeated violent destruction and self-healing, his saint body had improved from the early 5th heaven to the middle 5th heaven. It was even more powerful. A powerful force was surging in his body. In an instant, Chu Mu exploded. Divine Wilderness Origin Restoration Technique. Activate. Ripples spread out, covering tens of thousands of meters. It swept across the ground under everyone's feet, making them feel as if there was a force seeping into the ground. Immediately, the ripples flowed back and gathered toward Chu Mu, bringing with them wave after wave of power. Wherever the ripples passed, the color of the ground under his feet seemed to change quietly. As the ripples flowed back, Chumu's aura rose steadily. He's getting stronger. He must be using some kind of secret technique. What is he planning to do? Many people were paying attention to Chumu. Lin Biruo stood alone, clenching her fists so hard that they turned white. She stared at Chumu nervously. With the increase in his cultivation level, the casting of the divine wilderness origin returning mystic technique became even faster. In less than 10 breaths of time, he finished casting it. The power of Chumu's sword essence increased by 10 times. However, this was not enough. Silver god equipment armed. A silvery white full-body armor with an exquisite appearance that could be said to be perfect appeared on Chumu's body, completely covering it, causing people to gasp in amazement. Demon Fighter Vambrace activate. Both of his arms trembled, and under the silver divine armor, the Demon Fighter armor appeared, giving him even more strength. The power of his mid-level 5th level saint body was even stronger, and under the amplification, it was even more obvious. Not only was his strength increased, but his attack speed was also increased. A unique power was surging on both of his arms. Sword domain open. Chumu shrunk his sword realm to a certain extent, only covering his body to increase his strength and speed. This way, he could reduce his consumption of energy. After all, with his current cultivation and sword realm level, he was still unable to affect a 9-star saint. Since he was unable to affect them, there was no need to consume more energy. Realm of emptiness open. Other than the secret technique of Sword God's Descent, Chumu used all of his other powers. As for the secret technique of Sword God's Descent, because the power of the secret technique recovered very slowly, there was not much left. Therefore, he had to use it at the most critical moment. As each of his trump cards was revealed, Chumu's aura rose steadily, becoming more and more powerful. This change suddenly made the one-eyed old man feel a little uneasy. Immediately, Chumu took a step forward and walked out of the altar. "You're dead." The one-eyed old man's body flashed, and his afterimage was shattered by Purple Sword's huge sword. However, his real body had already rushed towards Chumu, and the blood-red long sword turned into a terrifying blood-red storm, sweeping towards him. Wherever the blood-red storm passed, it was as if everything was strangled and turned into dust. "He's dead." Stupid, too stupid. They thought that Chumu's action of walking out of the altar instead of staying inside and being protected was very stupid. In an instant, the blood-red storm swept over Chumu, and after the storm passed, Chumu's figure disappeared without a trace. Not even a speck of dust is left? What a thorough death! The one-eyed old man's single eye had a trace of seriousness, because he did not feel that his sword had killed anyone at that moment, but only an afterimage. A trace of killing intent locked onto him, and the one-eyed old man quickly turned around, and the blood-red long sword pierced through the air. The two swords collided, and Chumu was pushed back. In terms of absolute strength, he was still inferior to the one-eyed old man. After being pushed back, the impact of the impact was neutralized, and he safely landed on the ground, side by side with Purple Sword. He actually escaped from the one-eyed old man's killing move, and even blocked the one-eyed old man's counterattack. The crowd 10,000 meters away opened their eyes and mouths wide, unable to believe what they had seen. This had almost overturned their understanding of the path of cultivation. In fact, although Chumu had blocked the one-eyed old man's counterattack, it was not easy for him. The difference in strength had caused his blood to boil and his arms to feel numb. Fortunately, his saint body was stronger, and his self-healing ability was amazing. Coupled with the impact of the violent force in his body, he was able to withstand it. "Kill him," Chumu said. "Yes." Purple Sword's voice was cold. His strength had decreased further, almost falling to the peak of the 8-star saint level. It was almost impossible for the two of them to kill a mid-level 9-star saint if they worked together. Fortunately, this mid-level 9-star saint had used up a lot of energy in the previous battle. Spirit burn! Zijian roared again. The purple gold flames on his body seemed to have been poured with kerosene. They began to boil and soar. His aura soared again. In an instant, he had recovered to the middle level of 9-star saint. However, Purple Sword's body had become much fainter. Without waiting for Chu-Mu to say anything, Purple Sword charged at the one-eyed old man. After the second spirit burn, the spiritual body burned even more in exchange for more power. Sovereign's descent. Sovereign's infinity. Sovereign's wrath. Under the tyrannical power, Purple Sword did not care about the exhaustion on his body, nor did he defend himself. He directly used a powerful sword technique. The purple gold sword light wreaked havoc in all directions, sweeping across the land. Kill, 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 kill. Under the sudden eruption of the purple sword, the one-eyed old man was caught off guard by the 3 powerful sword techniques that were launched in succession. Chu-Mu raised the 2 swords in his hands, and 2 white sword lights appeared in the sky, locking onto the one-eyed old man and slashing down. Heaven Scar sword style. If it were any other time, the one-eyed old man could easily defeat such an attack. However, under the attack of Purple Sword's 3 sword techniques, the one-eyed old man was in imminent danger, and he fell into a predicament. He never would have thought that an ant that he did not put in his eyes would seize such a good opportunity to put him in a predicament. Being hit by the 2 white sword chi would not cause him any serious injuries, but it would delay him. If Purple Sword's sword techniques hit him, he would definitely be heavily injured. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the one-eyed old man no longer held back. He used a secret technique, and his strength increased explosively. The blood-red sword light surrounded his body, forcibly enduring the attacks of the Heaven Scar sword style and Purple Sword's 3 sword techniques. The blood-red sword light shattered. Blood shadow technique. The one-eyed old man turned into a blood-red figure, instantly escaping without suffering any injuries. Son of Heaven's wrath. Purple Sword erupted once more. The sky seemed to darken, and black clouds pressed down. An enormous purple gold light tore through the air, descending from the sky and transforming into a giant sword that slashed down. This was the strongest attack. The one-eyed old man quickly took off his eye patch. That eye did not look like a human's eye. It was blood-red, and the pupil was shattered. A beam of light shot out from the eye, landing on the purple gold sword that was slashing down. At that moment, the giant sword was stopped in midair. No one had expected that the one-eyed old man actually didn't have a single eye. The one eye that he had covered up was actually a trump card. Bloody Slaughter Azura sword. The one-eyed old man stabbed out with a blood-red longsword in his hand. Evil spirits roared, and killing intent filled the sky. Corpses and bones floated up and down, as if an Azura had descended. Caught off guard, Purple Sword's body was pierced through by the blood-red sword light, tearing it apart. Without feeling any pain, Purple Sword's eyes shone brightly, turning into 2 extremely sharp sword light shooting out. The one-eyed old man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shifted, but he was still unable to dodge. His shoulder was pierced through, and the 2 tyrannical forces rushed into his body. Seizing the opportunity, Chu-Mu attacked. Clouds appeared. True intent of the sword, true intent of the stab. The sword light was extremely condensed. It pierced through the void, through the clouds, and silently shot out. This sword did not contain the power of laws, but its power was not inferior. In fact, it was even purer. The sword tip pierced through the one-eyed old man's protective sword aura, heading straight for his forehead. Don't even think about it. The one-eyed old man's expression was ferocious. His forehead was slightly pierced by the sword tip, but he forcefully withstood it. He raised the eternal spirit sword in his left hand and slashed down. Dao cutter. The blood-red, long sword blocked. Chu Mu's figure spun, and he let go of the blazing, glory spirit sword. As he spun, he carried a tyrannical force. The true meaning of sword, the true meaning of tremor. Zhen Tian's sword intent. This sword did not strike the one-eyed old man's body. Instead, it struck the tip of the blazing glory spirit sword. An extremely tyrannical force erupted, pushing the blazing glory spirit sword further into the one-eyed old man's forehead. A terrifying force was transmitted, and layers of turbulent waves surged. The one-eyed old man grunted. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he still stubbornly held on. The giant purple-gold sword that was imprisoned in the air trembled. A ray of light shot out from Purple Sword's body and entered the giant sword, causing it to break free from its imprisonment. It smashed down like a meteor falling from the sky. Chu Mu grabbed the blazing glory spirit sword, pulled it out, and immediately retreated. The giant sword smashed down. The one-eyed old man could not dodge in time and was directly hit. Rumble. The silver ground shattered and fragments shot out. Dust and smoke billowed and the ground shook. Layers of ripples were like waves, sweeping in all directions, instantly covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Chapter 1761. The intense shock wave lasted for dozens of breaths before it weakened. When the dust settled, a hole that was a few meters wide and 2 meters deep appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone knew how hard the silver ground was. However, a hole had appeared in it. Although it was not very big, it showed how horrifying the power of that sword was. However, what was even more shocking was that there was a figure standing in the hole, covered in blood. "Keek keek, you can't kill me." A strange, sinister laugh rang out. It was cold and creepy. The blood in the old man's body started to flow strangely, seeping into his body. Only the top half of Zijian's body remained, floating in the air. He raised the large sword in his hand again and charged forward, slashing down. The one-eyed old man was directly hit. Blood spurted out all over his body. After the blood spurted out, it strangely turned and shot back into his body. As he slashed wildly, his figure became fainter and fainter. For the last sword, he poured all his power into the sword. His figure was like smoke, disappearing without a trace when the wind blew. However, the large sword was unprecedentedly hot. It was dignified, overbearing, and strict. If the monarch wanted the subject to die, the subject had no choice but to die. As the sword slashed down, the blood in the one-eyed old man's body that had not seeped into his body burned instantly, turning into a blood-colored light shield, blocking Zijian's last attack. The blood-colored light shield shattered, turning into countless blood-colored starlight splashing out. The one-eyed old man used the blood shadow art and instantly escaped. However, he was still affected by the sword and cried out miserably. A purple-gold light shot towards Chu Mu, entering the sword sect spiritual seal and disappearing. Chu Mu immediately understood that Zijian had burned almost all of his spiritual body. Fortunately, the last bit of his true spirit would take a long time to recover. The one-eyed old man was already severely injured. He could not miss this opportunity. All the muscles in his body trembled. A strong force was transmitted to his feet, exploding instantly. With a bang, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. A formless airflow spread out. Xiao Chen's figure shot out like an arrow from a fully drawn bow. He was close to the ground, tearing through the sky. His speed was too fast, giving off a chaotic feeling. It was hard to catch him. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu arrived in front of the one-eyed old man, his two swords unleashing a barrage of attacks. First, it was the direct attack of the Son of Heaven's wrath. Then, it was the final attack of the purple sword. The one-eyed old man was heavily injured, and his strength had decreased significantly. He could be said to be at his weakest. If he was given time to recover, it would be difficult for Chu Mu to kill him. It was as if Chu Mu had 3 heads and 6 arms. His 2 swords seemed to have transformed into countless swordlight, incomparably sharp and tyrannical. Each and every one of them carried the sword intent, the piercing intent, or the slashing intent, piercing through the void and tearing the sky apart. Just as the one-eyed old man was about to recover, he was struck dumb by Chu Mu's attack. He quickly reacted and raised his sword to block. However, Chu Mu's sword was too fast, and the one-eyed old man was heavily injured. His strength was greatly reduced, and he was unable to block all of Chu Mu's attacks. Sword God descends. When the secret technique was used, the sharpness increased tenfold. Cloud-piercing sword style. Dao-cutting sword style. Zhen Tian sword style. Erupt, erupt, erupt. Every sword hit its target. Kill, kill, kill. The one-eyed old man's body was continuously bombarded by Chu Mu's 2 swords. There was no way for him to dodge or block. Piercing, slashing, and shattering. The one-eyed old man was severely injured. You deserve to die, the one-eyed old man said angrily. He took off his eye patch again, and a ray of light shot out from his broken eyes. Chu Mu had long been prepared. Sword Chi Shadow. His real body appeared behind him, and the sword style attacked. His back was torn, and the injury was even more serious. Surrounding the one-eyed old man, Chu Mu continuously attacked with his sword. Under the sword true intent, his sword's speed increased a step further, reaching a shocking level. His chi force as one technique was further enhanced, and the power of his sword was even more powerful. There was only one thought in Chu Mu's mind, and that was to kill his opponent. The violent power that the bronze blood dragon root could not refine was forcibly guided out by him. His meridians were almost broken, and he poured it into the 2 swords. Under the impact of the violent power, the power had broken through the 8-star saint level and reached the 9-star saint level. Zhen Tian's sword style. The sword bombarded the one-eyed old man's head. Although the violent power did not shatter the one-eyed old man's head, it shattered his skull and made it cave in. Under the impact of the tyrannical power, a strong sense of dizziness spread. His mind was in a mess, and it was difficult for him to make an effective judgment. This was a rare opportunity. Spiritual sword power. Cloud-piercing sword style. Dao-cutting sword style. The 3-headed and 6-armed double swords were extremely fierce. The power was output, and he did not care about the cost. He only wanted to kill his opponent faster. After several consecutive Dao-cutting sword styles, he hit the same spot on the one-eyed old man's neck. The terrifying sharpness finally cut off his head. He flew up, and without the support of his strength, his head was pierced through by the cloud-piercing sword style. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed by Chu Mu's sword intent. The one-eyed old man's primordial spirit was at least at the 5th level or even higher. It was very attractive, but Chu Mu did not dare to take the risk. It was best to get rid of him. When Chu Mu landed, he heaved a sigh of relief. The incomparably violent attack did not last long. It was only 10 breaths, but in these 10 breaths, the one-eyed old man's body had endured countless attacks from his double swords. In these short 10 breaths of time, the power of the sword god's descent secret technique had been completely exhausted. The remaining berserk energy of the bronze blood dragon root had also been completely exhausted. There wasn't the slightest bit of burden on his body, but his meridians had been impacted and cracks had appeared all over them. The divine wilderness sword essence that he had just gained after breaking through had also been nearly exhausted. The physical strength of his mid-5th level saint body had also been greatly exhausted. The power of his primordial spirit was almost depleted by more than 90%. However, Chu Mu's eyes were incomparably sharp. He stopped the realm of silence, the sword domain, the demon subduing vambrace, and the silver divine equipment. He quickly took out an elixir to recover his sword essence. He put away the one-eyed old man's interspatial ring. It was his spoils of war. The dead, one-eyed old man was bathed in blood, and he became a headless, bloody man. This battle could be said to be the most difficult battle Chumu had ever fought. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Under normal circumstances, Chumu would not be able to cause any harm to the one-eyed old man. He would be killed by the one-eyed old man with just one strike. Fortunately, there was the fierce battle between the one-eyed old man and Zijian, which exhausted a lot of the one-eyed old man's strength. After that, Zijian did not care about burning his spirit body and severely injured the one-eyed old man, creating an opportunity for Chumu. After the one-eyed old man was severely injured, he did not have much strength left. Chumu completely erupted, even ignoring his own injuries, and tried his best to kill the one-eyed old man. In the end, he succeeded. A mid-level 9-star martial saint had died under his sword in the end. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. It's time to leave. Chumu thought to himself. After sacrificing the onyx divine sword, he finally received guidance and enlightenment, and successfully transformed his sword force into sword intent. He also killed a hidden strong enemy, the one-eyed old man, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This trip could be said to have ended satisfactorily. Perhaps the onyx divine sword had other secrets, but at this moment, Chumu felt a little tired and was not in the state to comprehend it. "Biruo, let's go." Chumu transmitted his voice. "Yes, young master." Lin Biruo ran over excitedly. Chumu took out the flying shuttle, and the two entered it. Lin Biruo drove the shuttle, and Chumu sat in it. After the shuttle started, it quickly left the onyx divine sword and flew in the direction of Bloodbath City. The two left, leaving behind the crowd that was still in shock. The one-eyed old man was a notorious demon. His hands were stained with blood, and he had killed countless people. This could be seen from the blood-killing sword that he cultivated, because to cultivate the blood-killing sword, one had to constantly kill and be stained with blood. He was a powerful veteran 9-star martial saint, but in the end he was killed by Chumu's sword. Of course, Chumu's strength was not enough to kill the one-eyed old man. However, no matter how the process was, Chumu's sword chopped off the one-eyed old man's head and shattered his primordial spirit. What a terrifying person! He's at the early 5th sky of the Yonic realm, but he's at least an 8-star martial saint. Terrifying, it's really terrifying. This talent is stronger than the 6 stars. He's at the early 5th sky of the Yonic realm, but he already has the strength of an 8-star martial saint. If his cultivation reaches the 7th sky of the Yonic realm, won't he be stronger than an ordinary 9-star martial saint? If his cultivation reaches the 9th sky of the Yonic realm, won't he? After guessing, it gave people a feeling that it was extremely shocking and they were dumbfounded. Even with the 6 great stars, the current 7-star saint rank could only cross 2-star ranks. Compared to Chumu, who had crossed 3-star ranks, the difference was extremely obvious. Of course, they did not see that Chumu had actually used his full strength to kill the one-eyed old man, and he was injured. However, his expression did not change. His strong saint body and amazing self-healing ability allowed his injuries to heal quickly. It was impossible to tell from his appearance. However, no matter what, Chumu had one. This was a fact. His talent was extremely powerful. This was also a fact. The one-eyed old man's matter distracted the crowd for a while. After a while, they came back to their senses and lined up again. However, these people were obviously absent-minded. In their minds, they were still thinking about the exciting and tragic battle between Chumu, the financier, and the one-eyed old man. Sitting on the flying shuttle, Chumu closed his eyes and recovered his exhausted strength. His shattered meridians and torn muscles, under his powerful self-healing ability and the vigorous vitality of the wood form, had already healed. The divine wilderness sword essence that he had expended had also recovered quite a bit. As for the power of his primordial spirit, it had also recovered a bit. Time flew by, and soon, more than 10 days had passed. other than the power of the sword god's descent secret technique. He had recovered all his strength. Chumu took out the one-eyed old man's interspatial ring and began to check it. A veteran middle stage 9-star Saint rank expert. Would he have a collection that Chumu would be surprised by? Chapter 1762. The spread of news was much faster than the speed of flying shuttles. Soon, the people of the 5 major cities knew one thing. The one-eyed old man, who had been famous for hundreds of years, had died under Chumu's sword. Who was Chumu? Not long ago, the news about Chumu had spread from the City of Silver, so everyone was familiar with him. Chumu killed the one-eyed old man. That's impossible. There were many doubts. Not long ago, the news of Chumu being able to fight against an 8-star Saint rank initial stage expert was already extremely shocking. Now, it had only been a month or so. Yet another news of Chumu killing a 9-star middle stage expert had spread. Could it be that the current Chumu's strength was already comparable to, or even surpassing, the 6 great stars? Later, the news was further confirmed. It turned out that before the one-eyed old man was killed by Chumu, he had already fought fiercely with a mysterious expert. He had consumed a lot of his strength and was seriously injured. There was not much of his strength left, and Chumu had to use all kinds of trump cards to finally kill him. After knowing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful a person was, once he was seriously injured and exhausted, he would inevitably die at the hands of a weaker person. It was not surprising. But no matter what, the one-eyed old man was killed by Chumu, which made Chumu's name even more famous. I think Chumu is very likely to become the 7th star. After someone said this, the news spread out. The title of the 7th star seemed to have fallen on Chumu's head. Naturally, there would be some people who did not agree, and some geniuses were not convinced. Chumu and the little handmaiden Lin Biro returned to Bloodbath City and went to Long Yunkong's manor. This manor was now loaned to Chumu by Long Yunkong. I'm going to cultivate here for a while. You can stay here or go back to your family to take a look, Chumu said. Young master, I'll go back to my family first and then come back to serve you, Lin Biro said. Okay, go ahead. Lin Biro left for the time being. After Chumu laid down layers of seals, he took out the heavenly puppet of desolation. After this period of time, the heavenly puppet of Heavenly Wasteland had also recovered a little, but it had not fully recovered. It seemed that it would still take a few more years. However, this did not affect Chumu from bestowing a trace of intelligence to the heavenly puppet. Chumu took out the pure, primordial spirits that he had accumulated previously and executed the great art of soul ignition and spiritual awakening to burn the primordial spirits one by one. Finally, the sky-desolating heavenly puppet possessed a hint of intelligence. The remaining 2 primordial spirits also strengthened the heaven wasteland heavenly puppet's sliver of intelligence. Next, Chumu took out 18 silver hexagonal crystals from his spatial ring. This was the one-eyed old man's collection. Presumably, he had collected it for many years. This kind of hexagonal silver crystal was very dazzling to the eyes. It was as if it was constantly releasing shocking sword light, containing countless sharp swords. This kind of silver crystal had a name. It was called the sword crystal. The sword crystal was similar to the pure yang crystal, the darkness crystal, the light crystal, and so on. The best environment for the sword crystal to be born was the sword tomb. It was born in an environment of countless swords. After many years of birth and receiving the nourishment of countless sword chi, it was finally formed. This kind of crystal was not usable by everyone. It also needed a specific cultivation technique to be suitable for it. Obviously, the sword crystal was not suitable for the one-eyed old man's cultivation technique, which was why he kept it. There were exactly 18 of them which benefited Chumu. After embedding the 18 sword crystals into the heavenly puppet's body, Chumu kept the heavenly puppet. After the birth of intelligence, the heavenly puppet's self-recovery ability would be further strengthened. Together with the 18 sword crystals, its recovery speed would be further increased. Chu Mu also planned to bring this heavenly puppet back to the true sword sect in the future and let it and a few other heavenly puppets guard the true sword sect. Next, Chu Mu began to cultivate. The battle with the one-eyed old man had given Chu Mu a lot of pressure. At the same time, it had also given him a greater opportunity to hone himself. But on the flying shuttle, Chu Mu had repeatedly pondered and comprehended, and had a basic grasp of it. I'll cultivate for a period of time to consolidate my cultivation of the fifth heaven of the Aeon. I'll familiarize myself with the combination of the sword true intent and the other true intents. I'll further perfect a few sword moves and strive to fully grasp the technique of combining strength. Chu Mu's thoughts were clear, and he set a few goals for himself. He cultivated the divine wilderness sword art, refined the divine wilderness sword essence, and consolidated his cultivation. His cultivation had not been slowly accumulated, but he had consumed a spirit medicine like the bronze blood dragon root. In an extremely short period of time, he had used a violent force to forcefully break through. Although refining the bronze blood dragon root would not have any side effects, such a rapid breakthrough would more or less cause the foundation of his cultivation to be unstable. He would need to further temper it. Because of refining the bronze blood dragon root, his sage body had been strengthened. He would also need to temper his strength before he could control it freely. This required some time to temper it. It was not something that could be done overnight. Therefore, Chu Mu only needed to spend 2 to 4 hours a day. The rest of the time would be spent on other things. The sword true intent was a brand new power. It was the essence of the ancient sword Tao. Chu Mu felt that it contained endless mysteries and was unfathomable. It was worth his time and effort to study it. Holding the sword in his hand, he pointed it forward and activated the sword true intent. Chu Mu carefully felt the fluctuations within it. The sword true intent was 10 times stronger than the peak of the 9th level. It was a huge improvement. Naturally, the energy consumed to activate the sword true intent would also increase by 10 times. To the current Chu Mu, the sword true intent could not be activated for a long period of time. Otherwise, it would increase the consumption of his energy. This would cause his condition to deteriorate, and he would not be able to unleash his full strength. Therefore, Chu Mu had to familiarize himself with the sword true intent and strive to master it. Only then would he be able to activate it at will and control it as he wished. In addition, the sword true intent had to be compatible with other true intents. The sword true intent was the foundation, the center, and the commander. Using the sword true intent to control other true intents, one could unleash their full potential. Familiarizing himself with the sword true intent was undoubtedly a boring process. However, Chu Mu was willing to endure it. To him, this was nothing at all. Activating the sword true intent again and again, and withdrawing it again and again, he became more familiar with it. After a period of time, Chu Mu felt that his energy had been depleted. He stopped and recovered. Then he began to hone the energy unification technique. After a period of continuous comprehension and sharpening, his mastery of the sword true intent became deeper and deeper. Cultivating the divine wilderness sword essence, cultivating the mid-grade saint physique, cultivating the sword true intent, and cultivating the energy unification technique. Day after day, time slowly passed. Lin Biruo returned to the Lin family. One day later, she returned to Chu Mu's side. Chu Mu was cultivating in seclusion and did not require her service. Therefore, Lin Biruo continued to practice the 4th grade sword force. In a flash, a month's time passed. Lin Biruo had already fully mastered the 4th grade sword force. She switched to cultivating the sword essence and the clear water sky sword art. Lin Biruo had practiced the incomplete clear water sky sword art for many years and had fully mastered it. However, after Chu Mu had completed the last 3 moves, she had only mastered the first move. She had yet to grasp the essence of the first move, not to mention the last two moves. Lin Biruo thought to herself that if she could learn the 3 Jade Water Sky sword moves that Chumu had completed, her strength would obviously increase by a lot. When that time came, with her strength at the initial stage of the 5-star saint rank, she would have no problem fighting against normal high-stage 5-star saints. However, compared to the young master, the difference is still too big. Lin Biruo said in distress. However, the young master is so strong. His talent is probably not comparable to the 6 great stars. After saying that, Lin Biruo smiled again. Then she became determined. I will work hard to cultivate and strive to become stronger. Only then can I help the young master. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. Chumu had returned to Bloodbath City for 3 months. During these 3 months, Chumu had been cultivating nonstop. Every day, he spent almost all of his 24 hours on various kinds of cultivation. He had also completely consolidated his early grade, 5th grade saint physique. At this time, Chumu was practicing the sword art. The sword technique he practiced was still a basic sword technique. After practicing the sword for so many years, the sword technique Chumu practiced the most was the basic sword technique. Basic sword technique, basic sword technique, basic sword technique. I can't give up. Even if he had obtained an extremely powerful sword technique, this basic sword technique was still his foundation. Without a foundation, there would be no development. Chumu believed that many powerful sword techniques were based on the fusion of various other powers and mysteries of the basic sword techniques, ultimately evolving into this form. As long as he continued to cultivate and comprehend the basic sword techniques, it would be easier for him to cultivate other sword techniques when he reached an extremely profound level. Stab, hack, chop, flick, point, collapse. With every sword strike, Chumu would definitely activate the sword intent, and it would also carry the stab intent, slash intent, or shock intent. However, from the outside, it was absolutely impossible to tell that each of Chumu's sword contained the power of 2 kinds of true intents. Lin Biruo stopped practicing and looked at Chumu's basic sword techniques from afar. Her eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and doubt. She couldn't feel the fluctuation of sword origin or sword intent. It seemed to be a very ordinary, basic sword technique. Each strike didn't seem to be very powerful. However, Lin Biruo didn't know why, but she had a feeling that each of Chumu's strikes carried a shocking amount of power. That's right. With 2 kinds of true intents, the power of Chumu's basic sword techniques was 10,000 times stronger than usual. It was extremely terrifying. A casual strike was enough to defeat the ultimate move of many sword saints. After completing the cultivation of true intents, Chumu continued to perform the basic sword techniques. However, it was different from before. He could feel the fluctuation of sword origin. This was Chumu using the basic sword techniques to sharpen his energy as one. He was striving to completely master the energy as one. Currently, he had reached the final step. Chapter 1763. In these 3 months, the rumors about Chumu gradually died down. There was no such thing as a lasting topic. In the world of cultivators, all sorts of things happened. Other than cultivation, Chumu wasn't completely ignorant of the outside world. At the very least, Lin Biruo would go out for a walk and listen to the news before returning to inform Chumu. For example, the geniuses of the first array had a breakthrough in their cultivation, or someone had killed a stronger opponent. For example, a faction had discovered a sinner's cave and had started to explore it. However, Chumu only listened to these and didn't have much interest. His greatest interest right now was how to increase his strength better and faster. 30 years might seem long, but it was actually very short for the Eternal Realm. However, it had only been a year since he had entered the land of the exiles, and his cultivation had risen from the early 4th to the early 5th level of the Aeon Realm. He had also comprehended the true intent of the sword, and his strength had increased significantly. However, it wasn't enough. It was far from enough. His enemies weren't in the eternal realm. They were peerless experts who were above the eternal realm. Within 30 years, he had to be as strong as a peerless expert. Only then would he be able to protect himself when he returned to the deep blue world. The difference between a peak 9-star saint and a peerless expert was too great. It couldn't be calculated by multiples. Therefore, he estimated that, according to his ability to fight across 3 ranks, he had to at least reach the 9-star saint rank to be able to fight against absolute experts. As for whether this was the case, Chu Mu would only be able to confirm when he reached that step. His cultivation base was only at the early 5th heavenly layer of the eternal realm. There were still 4 heavenly layers before he could reach the 9th heavenly layer of the eternal realm. If he cultivated normally, it would take at least a few hundred years. Even if the time was shortened in the land of exile, it would still take more than 100 years. If he could obtain more spiritual herbs similar to the bronze blood dragon root, his cultivation would naturally improve rapidly. However, the bronze blood dragon root was already a spiritual herb of upper silver grade. What was more powerful than it was the spiritual herbs of highest silver grade? As for gold spiritual herbs, they were considered legendary spiritual herbs. However, such a high-grade bronze blood dragon root was only effective on mid-level and low-level saints. Its effect on high-level saints was not that significant. For a moment, Chu Mu couldn't think of a better way to quickly improve his cultivation. Strength was a combination of various aspects. The improvement of any aspect could lead to the improvement of strength. But now it was very difficult for Chu Mu to improve in other aspects. Only cultivation and divine body had the greatest room for improvement. Furthermore, without the support of a sufficient cultivation base, it would consume even more of one's strength to raise one's other attributes. Thus, one would not be able to fight for a long period of time. Long Yun Kong and the others had not returned yet. Chu Mu guessed that they must have led the way to the cave. Since they had gone there, they naturally had to follow the experts of the sect to explore the 3rd level of the cave. The Blood Sword sect, the 3 sacred sects, and the Blood Slaughtering Hall had sent a large number of 9-star saints into the Sinner's Cave on the 3rd level. The rewards would be astonishing. If they followed in, not only would their own safety be guaranteed, they would also gain something. Perhaps this wasn't very fair to Chu Mu, but one had to know that Chu Mu didn't belong to any of the 3 forces. If he followed in, he wouldn't be able to gain anything under the watchful eyes of the 9-star saints of the 3 forces. Since that was the case, he might as well do his own thing. When Long Yun Kong and the others returned, he would get his share. Sword origin is a kind of strength, while physique is another kind of strength. One is internal strength, while the other is external strength. Chu Mu frowned as he pondered. Then he casually swung his sword. He didn't use much strength, but it contained the strength of physique and sword origin. It tore through the air, leaving behind a trace of coldness. He had reached the final limit of the combined strength technique after constant practice. He was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through and completely grasping the combined strength technique. Originally, Chu Mu should have already grasped it, but under the pressure of the one-eyed old man, he had no choice but to consume the bronze blood dragon root and break through from the early 4th sky of Aeon to the early 5th sky of Aeon. His saint body also rose from the early 5th sky of Aeon to the mid-5th sky of Aeon. Chu Mu's sword origin of the early 4th sky of Aeon and the early 5th sky of Aeon were almost done. After the breakthrough, the stronger strength broke through the almost complete running in. He had to start over. In the past 3 months, Chu Mu had been working on it. However, the stronger the strength, the more difficult it was to work on it. Until now, he still hadn't completed the running in. He was still a hair's breadth away. A hair's breadth was like a natural chasm. It prevented the combined strength technique from being completed. The combined strength technique is to unify the internal and external strength into one. Chu Mu's sword origin flowed slowly in his meridians. The strength of his physique was also activated by Chu Mu and transmitted through his muscles. He continued to comprehend and use his sword. Every time he used his sword, it was a form of verification. Lin Biruo could also see that her young master seemed to have reached a bottleneck. However, she didn't understand. Their levels were too far apart. She could only pray that her young master could quickly comprehend and break through the bottleneck. Practice the sword, practice the sword, practice the sword. Later on, Chu Mu would sometimes have a sword duel with Lin Biruo. Rather than a sword duel, it would be more accurate to say that he was teaching Lin Biruo swordsmanship. Lin Biruo's swordsmanship seemed weak, but it was surprisingly resilient. It was like flowing water that flowed continuously. On the other hand, Chu Mu deliberately suppressed his swordsmanship and used a level similar to Lin Biruo's. Even so, Chu Mu's swordsmanship was still able to suppress Lin Biruo. Then, Chu Mu further suppressed his swordsmanship and the output of his strength. Instead, he used the technique of combining his strength to wield the sword. Day by day, Lin Biruo's swordsmanship began to improve significantly under such circumstances. Her mastery of the azure water sky sword deepened. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. "Young master, take my sword." In the open space of the manor, Lin Biruo cried out. Her wrist shook and the sword began to fluctuate strangely. It was like flowing water rising and falling. The power pushed forward layer by layer without end. This was the penultimate move of the azure water sky sword. It was also one of the 3 moves that Chu Mu had completed. After 2 months of sword fighting, Lin Biruo had already mastered the first move after the completion. She was just short of comprehending the essence of it. As for the second move, she was also more familiar with it. The third move was the strongest, the most mysterious, and the most difficult to comprehend. Ripples spread out from the sword. Layer by layer, the surroundings became sticky. It was as if the surroundings had been transformed into an environment of continuous flowing water. This affected Chu Mu. Lin Biruo's sword stabbed out. It was unbelievably fast, as if there was no resistance at all. In an instant, the sword appeared in front of Chu Mu. However, what Chu Mu saw wasn't a sword, but rather a jade-colored stream of water. As the stream of water gurgled, it contained astonishing power. This move was created by Chu Mu. He naturally knew the moves and mysteries behind them. He did not use powerful strength, nor did he use profound swordsmanship. He suppressed his strength and realm to a level lower than Lin Biruo's and used the technique of combining his strength. After doing this for 2 months, Chu Mu felt that it was feasible. The power of sword origin and physical strength fused together to attack. However, under the suppression of strength and realm, what Lin Biruo used was a powerful swordsmanship. For a moment, Chu Mu found it difficult to resist. If 1 strike did not work, then 2 strikes. If 2 strikes did not work, then 3 strikes. If 3 strikes did not work, then 10 strikes. If 10 strikes still did not work, then 100 strikes. In an instant, Chu Mu's arm seemed to disappear. The sword in his hand also disappeared. Only beams of extremely condensed sword light seemed to stab out at the same time. After several dozen strikes, Lin Biruo's move was broken. "Young master, take another strike of mine." Lin Biruo cried out again. This time, the sword light turned into a stream of azure water. As it rippled, it affected the surrounding light, refracted it, and interfered with one's vision. This was the first move of the 3 moves that Chu Mu had completed. Lin Biruo was extremely familiar with this move. She only lacked the essence. Once she comprehended the essence, its power would increase again. Without losing any momentum, Chu Mu's sword continued to stab out. Beams of sword light constantly shot out. The power of sword origin and physical strength constantly combined and began to circulate in a strange way. Lin Biruo's move had not been broken yet. She gathered all the strength in her body and used the next move. This was the second move of the 3 moves. She had already used the move that Chu Mu had broken once before. The first move was the Vanguard. With the second move as a backup, its power increased explosively. The pressure that Chu Mu faced immediately doubled. Under the pressure, Chu Mu's eyes narrowed and locked onto a point. Under his control, the 2 forces began to circulate in a spiral. They became faster and faster and more condensed. It felt like something had been broken and torn apart. Everything suddenly became clear. Unity of strength break. With a low cry, the 2 forces poured into the sword in a spiral. The sword trembled and produced a pleasant hum. In that instant, Chu Mu felt extremely wonderful. The power of sword origin and physical strength had completely broken through the shackles. They merged perfectly, becoming one. The sword seemed to have lost its weight. It became incomparably light, but not frivolous. He thrust out his sword. Sword light was like lightning, tearing apart cloth. It broke Lin Biruo's first move and moved on to the second move. It struck the weak point and broke it. "Young master, did you break through?" Lin Biruo exclaimed. After fighting for 2 months, she could see some things. "I broke through." Chu Mu smiled. He was in an extremely good mood. "This is all thanks to you, Biruo. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you being willing to practice the sword with me, I wouldn't have improved so quickly." Lin Biruo smiled. "Come, let's continue," Chu Mu said. Right now, he was only at the initial stage. He still needed to practice until it became an instinct. Chapter 1764. Sword light blazed as he swung his hand. Wind and thunder roared as the space beneath his sword turned into a vacuum. The surrounding air whistled as it flowed backwards. In reality, Chu Mu didn't use too much strength. However, every strike contained 2 types of true intents. Moreover, he used the technique of combining sword origin and physical strength to perfectly combine them into an even more tyrannical force. After practicing and sparring with Lin Biruo time and time again, Chu Mu had already familiarized himself with the technique and was able to use it freely. "My current attack power is enough to double compared to before," Chu Mu thought to himself. For a sword cultivator, attack power was equivalent to strength. Silently calculating, Chu Mu felt that the current him, under the circumstances of not using any secret techniques, should be able to contend against a normal 8-star Saint Peak stage sword saint. If he used a few trump cards, even if he wasn't a 9-star saint initial stage opponent, he should be able to contend against 1 or 2 and escape from the opponent's sword. When he first entered the land of exile, he could only defeat a peak 7-star saint. Now he could escape from a low-tier 9-star saint. Chu Mu's increase in strength was not small. However, Chu Mu felt that it was still too slow. "Cultivation is my greatest restriction right now," Chu Mu thought to himself. This was a restriction, but there was no good way to overcome it at the moment. Half a year had passed since Chu Mu returned to Bloodbath City. Long Yun Kong, Yu Zhan, and the others had also returned. Long Yun Kong brought Yu Zhan, Mu Gaoli, and Su Qingya to the manor. When Chu Mu saw them, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Clearly, the reward for reclaiming the sinner's cave and reporting it to the sect was great. However, when they saw Chu Mu, their eyes widened and their faces were filled with shock. "Brother Chu, your cultivation! I refined the bronze blood dragon root," Chu Mu said. Hearing Chu Mu's words, everyone's expression returned to normal. After refining the bronze blood dragon root, it could raise a mid-level saint's cultivation by 1 major heavenly layer. Thus, it wasn't strange for Chu Mu to reach the early 5th heavenly layer from the early 4th heavenly layer. "No, Brother Chu, I haven't told you how to neutralize the bronze blood dragon root." Long Yun Kong's face changed as he thought of something. When the other Three heard Long Yunkong's words. Their faces also changed. The power of the bronze blood dragon root was extremely violent. Even if a high-level saint wanted to refine it, they would need to use some neutralizing spiritual herbs. Otherwise, they might suffer great injuries or even explode. Only some experts with extremely strong saint bodies could forcibly refine it without the help of any neutralizing spiritual herbs. Chu Mu, on the other hand, was only at the early fourth heavenly layer of the primordial realm back then. He had actually managed to refine the bronze blood dragon root without the help of any spirit herbs. This was simply too shocking. Brother Chu, you already know how to neutralize the bronze blood dragon root, right? Long Yunkong asked. No, but the situation was a little complicated, so I had to forcibly refine it. Chu Mu smiled. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me. When Long Yunkong and the others had just returned, the discussions about Chu Mu had already died down. Thus, they didn't know what had happened while they were in the Sinner's Cavern. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so surprised. Fine. Brother Chu is simply trying to topple the concept of cultivation. In the future, no matter what inconceivable things happen to him, I won't be surprised anymore. Mu Gali laughed. The others also laughed. Su Qingya, thank you for the black market token. Chu Mu took out the token and returned it to Su Qingya. You're welcome. Su Qingya said softly and put away the token. Everyone, how do you feel after entering the third layer of the Sinner's Cavern? Chu Mu asked. Very intense. Very shocking, everyone answered. Then, from their simple explanations, Chu Mu knew what had happened. When they first entered the Sinner's Cavern, they had to be careful because they weren't powerful enough. Therefore, they didn't wake up the sleeping sinners. But this time the Butcher Blood House was the main force, and the three saint sects and the Blood Sword sect were the support. This time, the three forces have dispatched a total of 120, 9-star Saint Realm experts. Among them, the Slaughtering Blood Manor has dispatched 50, while the three sacred sects and the Blood Sword sect have dispatched 35 each. The weakest among them is a 9-star Saint Realm expert. Long Yunkong said, 129-star saints led by a Bright Moon Sword Saint and 2 Dark Star Sword Saints led the 4 of us. They killed their way into the third layer of the Sinner's Cavern. There were a lot of silver sinners on the third layer. The most powerful one was even more powerful than the 2 Dark Star Sword Saints. However, under the sword of the Bright Moon Sword Saint, they were no match at all. They were killed in the end. Mu Gali said excitedly. Seeing an expert attack with their own eyes, the feeling was indescribable. It would be a great help to their future cultivation. Dark Star? Bright Moon Sword? Chu Mu was confused. Brother, Chu came from the outside world, so there are some things that he doesn't know. Yu Zhen explained. The cultivation system of the Land of Exile was brought by the cultivators of the Deep Blue World. Due to the differences between the Land of Exile and the Land of Exile, there were some differences between the Land of Exile and the Deep Blue World after many years of development. The Eternal Realm cultivators were also called Saint Realm experts. The peak of the Eternal Realm was naturally the peak of the 9-star Saint Realm. Without a certain amount of talent, it was impossible to reach the Eternal Realm. The Eternal Realm was divided into low, middle, and high levels. The breakthrough of each level required sufficient talent. Therefore, those who could become high-level Saint Realm experts were all geniuses. However, there would always be someone stronger than the strong. There was always a taller mountain. Amongst the geniuses, there were also different levels. When these geniuses of different levels were at the same cultivation level, there would be a clear difference in their strength. The initial 1-star Saint Realm to the peak 9-star Saint Realm was a conventional division. It was a division of levels and also a comparison of strength. However, when those geniuses reached the peak 9-star Saint Realm, due to various reasons such as the difference in their talent, there would also be differences in their strength. In order to better differentiate the levels of the 9-star Saint Realm experts, The cultivation system defined new levels. The dark star level, bright moon level, and the highest level was the bright sun level. These three levels were no longer the cultivation levels of the Saint Realm experts, but the actual levels of strength. A dark star Saint Realm expert could kill an ordinary peak 9-star Saint Realm expert within 3 moves. It should be known that any cultivator who could become a peak 9-star Saint Realm expert had great talent. They were originally the true geniuses. Every one of them was the kind that could fight across levels. Killing a Dark Star Saint Realm expert within 3 moves showed the strength of a Dark Star Saint Realm expert. However, there were very few Saint Realm experts that were above the 9-star Saint Realm and below the Exceptional Realm. There weren't many of them in the Land of Exile. Although the ratio of Saint Realm experts in the Deep Blue World was far less than in the Land of Exile, the number of cultivators in the Deep Blue World was many times greater. Therefore, there were naturally Saint Realm experts that were stronger than ordinary peak 9-star Saint Realm experts in the Deep Blue World. However, there wasn't a division of levels like in the Land of Exile. Yu Zhen's explanation immediately made Chu Mu understand. These 3 levels were the division of strength. Only powerful geniuses could reach these levels. Simply put, only the monstrous geniuses of the 6-star realms could reach the bright sun level. The geniuses of the first array could reach the dark star level. The powerful ones could reach the bright moon level. As for the geniuses of the second array, they could reach the dark star level. In the entire Land of Exile, only the powerful forces had bright moon sword saints. As for whether the 5 great city lord mansions had bright sun sword saints, no one knew. In fact, even if they did, there would only be 1 sword saint in each mansion. These 3 levels are still too far away from us. I don't even know if I can reach the dark star level. Long Yunkong smiled bitterly. He was listed as a genius of the second array in the Land of Exile and could be ranked in the top 3. In theory, he had the chance to become a Dark Star Sword Saint. However, whether he could do it in the end was still unknown. As for Yu Zhen, Su Qingya, and Mu Gaoli, their chances might be even lower than Long Yunkong's. I think that Brother Chu has a 90% chance of becoming a Bright Sun Sword Saint, Mu Gaoli said. A Bright Sun Sword Saint was the existence closest to the 7 kings. That's a matter for the future. Chu Mu smiled and said, "Everyone, I have something to ask. Do you know where I can increase my cultivation quickly without any side effects?" Brother Chu, I can see that your cultivation speed is already not slow. If it continues, how can others live? Mu Gaoli smiled and said, "Because of some reasons, I have to increase my strength as much as possible in a short period of time. Right now, my cultivation is a hindrance," Chu Mu said. "Increase your cultivation quickly." Long Yunkong and the other 3 fell into deep thought. In fact, which cultivator wouldn't be tempted by the idea of increasing their cultivation quickly without any side effects? After so many years, many places in the Land of Exile had been developed and resources were consumed. It was extremely rare to find a place that could increase one's cultivation quickly without any side effects. There were some places, but they were all controlled by powerful forces. Moreover, most of them were one-time use and couldn't increase one's cultivation by much. All right. Long Yunkong's eyes suddenly lit up. Yu Zhen and the other 2 seemed to have thought of something at the same time. They all looked at Chu Mu with excitement. Chapter 1765. Brother Chu, this time the Slaughtering Blood Hall and the other 4 city lord mansions will jointly hold a large-scale auction, Long Yunkong said excitedly. Maybe at the auction we can find treasures that can improve our cultivation quickly without any side effects. A joint auction of the 5 city lord mansions. Chu Mu's eyes lit up. The 5 major cities were the 5 most powerful forces in the Land of Exile. It would not be an exaggeration to call the auction, held by them, the grandest auction in the Land of Exile. Moreover, since it was a joint auction of the 5 city lord mansions, there wouldn't be any ordinary treasures. They would definitely be of extraordinary value. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the 5 city lord mansions. Perhaps, as Long Yinkong said, there would be treasures that could quickly increase one's cultivation without any side effects. A joint auction of the 5 city lord mansions. I don't think it's that easy to enter, Chu Mu said. That's right. But this time we came to find Brother Chu for 2 purposes, Long Yinkong said. The first is naturally to give Brother Chu the benefits he deserves. According to Brother Chu's request, all of it will be exchanged for silver hearts. The second is naturally to give Brother Chu an invitation to the auction. It seems that Brother Chu has foresight. Those silver hearts will be used in the auction, Yu Zhan said with a smile. Immediately, the 4 of them took out the silver hearts and gave them to Chu Mu. This was a portion that Chu Mu deserved. According to the original agreement, each of them would give 30% of the rewards to Chu Mu. Therefore, Chu Mu ended up with 1,800 silver hearts. As for whether they would really give Chu Mu 30%, or whether it would be more or less, Chu Mu didn't know. He couldn't verify it, nor could he verify it. Everything would depend on their true intentions and whether they would go against their conscience. Of course, Chu Mu believed in them, just as he believed in himself. Geniuses all had their own pride. Following that, Su Qingya took out an invitation card and handed it to Chu Mu. It was the invitation card for the 5-city Lord Manor's auction. The invitation card was blood-red in color and was written in bronze. Brother Chu, the grand auction will be held 3 months later. It will be held in the 1,000 Slaughter House in Slaughter City. At that time, you can enter with an invitation card. The invitation is very important. Don't lose it. After that, the crowd chatted for a while more before leaving one after another. There were still 3 months left. They had to make preparations for the upcoming auction. Only with enough funds would they be able to bid for the treasures they wanted at the auction. 1,800 silver hearts, including the ones left behind and the one-eyed old man's collection. I have a total of 2,900 silver hearts. This should be a considerable amount of wealth, Chu Mu thought. Most 9-star saints couldn't take out more than 1,000 silver hearts, let alone 2,900 of them. Chu Mu felt that with his wealth of 2,900 silver hearts, he should be able to bid for some good treasures at the auction. However, he would only know the final result when the time came. To Chu Mu, the silver hearts were meant to be used. As long as it was suitable, it didn't matter even if he used it all up. There were still 3 months until the grand auction. In this period of time, Chu Mu naturally stayed in the manor and calmly cultivated until the auction began. 3 months was a very short period of time. It was difficult to make any progress. The short-term goals that Chu Mu had set before had been achieved one by one. Therefore, in these 3 months, his strength didn't increase much. However, the use of his strength had improved. It was just that the time was too short and it wasn't obvious. "Bai Ruo, bring me to the 1,000 Slaughter House," Chu Mu said. "Yes, sir," Bai Ruo said softly. As a native of Blood Slaughter City, he was very familiar with the city. Chu Mu, on the other hand, was an outsider. Moreover, he spent most of his time on cultivation. With a native as a guide, it could save him some trouble. Under Bai Ruo's lead, Chu Mu didn't have to take any detours. He went straight to the 1,000 Slaughter House. Blood Slaughter City occupied a very large area. They set off from the manor where they lived and walked quickly without any detours. However, it took them a few hours to reach their destination. The 1,000 Slaughter House was a very large 7-story building. As the Blood Slaughter Hall was the organizer of the auction, the joint auction of the 5-city Lord Mansions was held on the first floor of the 1,000 Slaughter House. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered outside the 1,000 Slaughter House. Furthermore, there were people coming from afar. As a grand auction jointly organized by the 5-city Lord Mansions, it probably wouldn't happen even once in 100 years. Hence, An auction like this wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could enter. At the entrance of the 1,000 slaughterhouse, there were 10 guards in blood-red armor. Only their eyes were exposed. Each of them emitted a powerful 7-star martial saint aura. Chu Mu saw that the cultivators who could enter were at least 7-star martial saints. In the land of exile, high-level martial saints were considered experts. Naturally, they would be treated differently. Of course, the high-level martial saints who could enter the auction mostly came from large or medium-sized factions. There were fewer small factions and even fewer independent cultivators. Without a certain level of fame, they didn't have the qualifications to enter. Of course, there were also some mid-level martial saints who could enter. These people had very high statuses and were usually important figures of large factions. For example, they were the direct descendants of a sect leader or the descendants of a powerful elder. Among these people, only a few showed their invitations. Most of them entered directly. Chu Mu walked towards the entrance of the 1,000 slaughterhouse with Lin Biruo. Shortly after, he was stopped. There was no choice. Although there were various rumors about Chu Mu and he was very famous, very few people really knew him. Moreover, the aura on his body was very obvious. He was at the beginning of the 5th heaven of the Aeon. Looking at those middle-stage saint ranks, which one of them didn't have a large entourage? Which one of them didn't have a high-level saint rank expert accompanying them? Then looking at Chu Mu, a 5-star saint rank beginner stage, bringing along a 5-star saint rank. There was nothing special about them. Do you have an invitation? A guard in blood-red armor asked coldly. This was a routine question. He didn't think that an unfamiliar 5-star martial saint would have an invitation. Such a thing naturally attracted the attention of many people. Haha, a 5-star martial saint who doesn't seem to have any background actually wants to enter the 1,000 slaughterhouse. Wishful thinking. He probably saw those mid-level martial saints entering and thought that he could sneak in with a maid. Someone discussed. An invitation? That's an extraordinary treatment. Only a few people can get an invitation to enter the 2nd floor, or even the higher floors to participate in the auction. Those who don't have an invitation can only stay on the 1st floor. This sentence was heard by Chu Mu, and he immediately understood why most of the high-stage, sacred rank experts who entered didn't take out invitations. It was because they didn't have invitations, so they could only stay on the 1st floor after entering. The higher the floor, the different status and other aspects. In addition, there should be some other treatment differences. Chu Mu's expression didn't change. He took out the invitation that Su Qingya gave him. There's actually an invitation. It can't be fake, right? The group of people was dumbfounded. When the guard saw it, his cold eyes changed. It's a real invitation. Sir, please go to the 3rd floor. The guard handed the invitation back to Chu Mu and said, The 3rd floor? That's actually a bronze invitation. Who is this 5-star martial saint? The surrounding people who couldn't enter were all shocked. As far as they knew, invitations were divided into several grades. The lowest grade was the dark iron grade, followed by the bronze grade, and the highest grade was the silver grade. Even the lowest dark iron grade invitation was hard to get for many people. Some people even offered a very high price. It was said that they couldn't get it even if they wanted to buy it at the price of dozens of silver hearts. This showed the value of an invitation. The value of a bronze grade invitation was naturally even higher. After keeping the bronze grade invitation, Chu Mu walked into the 1,000 slaughterhouse with his maid, Lin Biruo, and went straight to the 3rd floor. The 1st floor had a large group of people sitting in order. Starting from the 2nd floor, there were individual rooms. Chu Mu didn't know what the rooms on the 2nd floor or the 4th floor were like, but he knew the rooms on the 3rd floor very well. This was because he was currently sitting in one of the rooms on the 3rd floor. It was room number 28. The rooms on this floor were also known as the bronze grade rooms. People came one after another. Chu Mu was neither too early nor too late. Therefore, before the auction started, All kinds of discussions could be heard from the first floor. These discussions could be heard by the people in the rooms. On the contrary, if the people in the rooms didn't want to, they couldn't be heard by the people outside. Chu Mu listened quietly. He wanted to see if there was any news that would be helpful to him in this grand auction. However, most of the discussions were about the same thing. As he listened and browsed through the list, Chu Mu's eyes lit up. He felt that he had heard the news he wanted. It is said that a bottle of elixir that can assist in cultivation will appear in this auction. It can increase one's cultivation speed by 10 times. Each elixir can last for 3 months. That's great, as long as one has 12 of those elixirs. 1 year of cultivation will be equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. Elixir that can increase one's cultivation speed by 10 times, Chu Mu repeated. This elixir was one of his goals. Perhaps such an elixir couldn't be like the bronze blood dragon root, which could raise one's cultivation level by a whole level in an extremely short period of time. However, it would still be 10 times faster than normal cultivation. Furthermore, there wouldn't be any danger. For the current Chu Mu, as long as there were no side effects and a treasure that could help him raise his cultivation level faster, it was worth a try. Chapter 1766. More and more people entered the 1,000 slaughterhouse. The first floor was finally full. His spiritual energy turned into threads and spread out, sweeping across the area. Very few people were able to sense it. Instantly, the number of cultivators in the first floor was known to Chu Mu. There were more than 5,000 cultivators in the first floor. Most of them were 7-star saints, a few were 6-star saints, and some were 8-star saints. None of them were 9-star saints. At the level of a 9-star saint, one could already be considered as the pinnacle of the powerhouses in the land of exiles. Hence, they had all received at least an iron rank invitation to enter the second floor. About an hour later, all the people who were qualified to enter had arrived. The doors of the 1,000 slaughter building closed. In the first tower, right in front of the 5,000 people, a high platform rose up. The high platform was circular, and on the high platform there was a huge long wooden table. The long wooden table was silver white in color, and the color was pure. It was obviously a table made of high-quality silver white wood. Even though plants like black ironwood and bronze wood could be found all over the land of the exiles and were not very valuable, silver wood was relatively rare and extremely hard. Normal 8-star saints would not be able to damage it at all. Only 9-star saints would be able to damage it to a certain extent. Therefore, using a table made of silver wood as a table meant that the Blood Butcher Hall was very generous. Everyone quieted down. Their gazes were fixed on the table in front of them. Soon after, a figure slowly solidified behind the table. In the end, it became a person. It was a real person. It was just that the way it appeared was a little special and a little dazzling. It was a beautiful woman. Her long black hair was like waves. Her clear eyes were intoxicating. She had a high nose bridge and full red lips. She was wearing a silver white and red robe that tightly wrapped around her voluptuous body. She had a charming and enchanting temperament with a hint of nobility. She was like a blooming peony. The aura of a 7-star saint was being emitted from this woman's body. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the grand auction jointly organized by the Slaughtering Blood Hall, Black Demon Hall, Silver Hall, Green Fiend Hall, and Zhanlong Hall. I am the auctioneer, Lin Wei-yin. The big, curly beauty had a sweet smile on her face. When her beautiful eyes moved, it gave people the feeling that she was looking at them. Everyone loved beauty, not to mention that cultivators were not heartless people. They would also enjoy the pleasures of intimacy. Therefore, such a top-grade beauty would naturally cause many people to have strange thoughts. Moreover, even if he didn't have any lust in his heart, talking to such a beauty and being stared at by such a beauty was always a comfortable thing. Perhaps this was also one of the strategies of the 5-city Lord Manners. With a top-grade beauty as the auctioneer, perhaps the auction would become even more intense. This is a grand auction that is rarely seen in 100 years. Here, you might be able to find the treasures you need and increase your strength. You might be able to become a well-known expert in the land of exiles and become the center of attention. The auctioneer, Lin Wei Yin's voice was as clear as water, making people feel comfortable. Experts, please prepare yourselves. The auction will now begin. Let's welcome the first treasure. As soon as she finished speaking, the auction mallet in Lin Wei Yin's hand slammed down. A loud and clear sound rang out in an instant and spread out. It was as if it was knocking on everyone's heart, causing them to be unconsciously shocked. The first auction item was presented. It was a sword. This sword was overflowing with light and vibrant colors. With a single glance, one could tell that it was extraordinary. The auctioneer, Lin Wei Yin, grabbed the sword and casually drew out a beautiful sword flower. The sword flower seemed to be able to refract light, affecting people's vision and creating illusions. A top-grade beauty and a dreamlike sword complementing each other perfectly. This sword is called the Folding Shadow Sword. It is a heavenly saint sword, but it is not an ordinary heavenly saint sword. Its hardness and sharpness are 30% better than ordinary heavenly saint swords. Moreover, it can refract light and interfere with the opponent's vision. Think about it, fighting with a strong enemy with the Folding Shadow Sword. Due to the interference of vision, the enemy will make a mistake in judgment and kill the enemy. How exciting would that be? Lin Wei Yin said, as if she was encouraging. The Folding Shadow Sword was painstakingly forged by the sword forging grandmaster, Mo Yin, over 3 years. Whether it is used to kill enemies or as a collection, it is extremely valuable. The starting price is 30 silver hearts. Each bid increment must not be less than 1 silver heart. Let the auction begin. After listening to Lin Wei Yin's introduction, everyone realized that this was an extraordinary sword. Heavenly saint swords were a general term, and there were also differences in strength. Although spiritual swords had spirituality and were the most suitable swords for sword saints, there were some powerful heavenly saint swords that were comparable to some lower-tier spiritual swords. For example, this Folding Shadow Sword. If what Lin Wei Yin said was true, then this was definitely a top-grade heavenly saint sword. It was completely comparable to those weaker spiritual swords. As for sword saints, a good sword would increase their strength. Moreover, this Folding Shadow Sword was forged by a sword forging grandmaster, so its value was even higher. Generally speaking, the first auction item's value would be higher. It was considered a good start. That was why the Folding Shadow Sword appeared. The starting price of 30 silver hearts was enough to make some people shrink back, but it also made some people very excited. 40 silver hearts. In the first pavilion, someone immediately bid. He increased the price by 10 silver hearts, as if he wanted to show off in front of the top-grade beauty, Lin Wei Yin. 41 silver hearts. 42 silver hearts. 45 silver hearts. 50 silver hearts. People continued to bid. Very quickly, the price reached 60 silver hearts. However, this was not the value of this Folding Shadow Sword. One must know that although the Folding Shadow Sword was not a spiritual sword, it was already comparable to some weaker spiritual swords. Of course, it was not a spiritual sword. Whether it could be cultivated into a spiritual sword in the future was still unknown. Therefore, its value could not be compared to a spiritual sword. A bunch of country bumpkins. How dare you dream of obtaining the Folding Shadow Sword? At this moment, a voice rang out from the second pavilion. It was a sneer, disdain, and ridicule towards the first pavilion's bidder. 100 silver hearts. I want the Folding Shadow Sword. Those who could enter the second pavilion, whether it was their strength or their background, were not comparable to the first pavilion's cultivators. Therefore, although those who were called country bumpkins were furious, they did not act out. You want to obtain the Folding Shadow Sword with a mere 100 silver hearts? Too naive. 150 silver hearts. Following that, a slightly frivolous voice rang out from the first pavilion. The sudden increase of 50 silver hearts was enough to make many people feel despair. However, 150 silver hearts was not the upper limit of the folding shadow sword's value. 200 silver hearts. The person who bid earlier snorted and increased the price again. 300 silver hearts. Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out from the third pavilion. He directly increased the price by 100 silver hearts. 300 silver hearts was more or less the value of the folding shadow sword. Perhaps it would be a little more, but at most it would be 10 or 20 silver hearts. After weighing the pros and cons in their hearts, everyone gave up on the idea of continuing the auction. The folding shadow sword was obtained by the person in the 17th room of the third pavilion for 300 silver hearts. If Chu Mu did not have a spiritual sword, he would be tempted by the folding shadow sword and participate in the auction. However, to him who already had a spiritual sword, even if the folding shadow sword was a spiritual sword, it was not attractive to Chu Mu. The final price of the second treasure was only 13 silver hearts. The difference in value was too great. It was bought by an expert from the first pavilion. The third treasure was slightly more valuable than the second. The fourth treasure was slightly more valuable than the third. Soon, the 10 treasures were auctioned off. However, other than the first treasure, the folding shadow sword, the other 9 treasures were all bought by experts from the first pavilion. No one from the second pavilion or the third pavilion made a bid, let alone the fourth pavilion. One had to know that the fourth pavilion was a silver rank invitation holder. They were all at least 9-star saints. Furthermore, they had shocking statuses. Such experts would not make a move. Once they made a move, it would definitely be shocking. Of the 10 treasures, other than the first folding shadow sword, which caught Chu Mu's eye, the other 9 treasures did not catch his eye at all. One treasure after another was presented. Under Lin Wei Yin's explanation, there would always be some people who would be tempted. At this moment, the 30th treasure was presented. Other than the first treasure, the rest of the treasures were presented according to their value. The 29th treasure was sold for 80 silver hearts. Then, the value of the 30th treasure would be 80 silver hearts. It was a jade pendant. It was a green jade pendant without any impurities. The jade pendant was only the size of an egg. It was carved into the shape of a dragon's head. When it opened its mouth, everyone could see that there was a trace of white at the dragon's mouth. Experts, this jade pendant is called the Dragon Devouring Jade Pendant. I believe all of you have heard of it before. Lin Wei Yin picked up the green dragon's head jade pendant and smiled. Then, without waiting for the crowd to react, she continued to explain. The Dragon Devouring Jade Pendant was the jade pendant of the Dragon Devouring Sword Saint 1,000 years ago. Since the Dragon Devouring Sword Saint's death, it has been passed around a few times. Finally, it appeared in this auction. As the saying goes, treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. The Dragon Devouring Jade Pendant's use is to assist in cultivation. As long as you wear it on your body, it can assist you in absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, allowing you to cultivate at all times. Your cultivation speed is comparable to a peak 6-star saint rank's wholeheartedly cultivating. Even for a 7-star saint rank, it is of great help. Lin Wei Yin's introduction instantly caused Chu Mu's eyes to light up. Chapter 1767. It's the Dragon Devouring Sword Saint's Jade Pendant from 1,000 years ago. The Dragon Devouring Sword Saint was a powerful sword saint at the peak of the 9-star saint level. He was one of the strongest among the free sword cultivators. There were discussions about the Dragon Devouring Sword Saint in the first pavilion. At that time, the Dragon Devouring Sword Saint was so powerful that he was not inferior to many of the peak 9-star saint level experts in the 5-city Lord Mansions. That was why he was so famous. However, no one knew how he died later on. In any case, the Dragon Devouring Jade Pendant had a certain collection value to many people. There was no shortage of collectors among the cultivators. Moreover, the dragon-devouring jade pendant had other effects as well. After wearing it, it could absorb the energy of the world to aid one's cultivation. In other words, wearing the dragon-devouring jade pendant was equivalent to cultivating 24 hours a day. There was no need for one to deliberately spend time on cultivation. It was equivalent to the cultivation speed of a peak 6-star saint level expert. As long as one's meridians could withstand it, one could cultivate 24 hours a day. Undoubtedly, it was very attractive. One had to know that under normal circumstances, a cultivator's daily cultivation time was at most 2 to 4 hours, and even longer was at most 8 hours. Usually, time was limited. In addition to cultivating skills to improve their cultivation, they also had to cultivate other skills, such as swordsmanship and so on. It had to be distributed reasonably and go hand in hand. As for the tolerance of the meridians, when a cultivator broke through to the eternal realm and cast a saint body, even a first-grade saint body would be very strong. Under normal cultivation conditions, the saint body had a strong resistance to the world's essence. It could withstand the erosion of the world's essence and the transportation of sword origin for a long time. Of course, if one cultivated in special places where the world's essence was too rich or too violent, the tolerance of the meridians would be limited if one saint body was not strong enough. One would not be able to cultivate for a long time. However, no matter what, wearing the dragon-swallowing jade pendant in a normal environment was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint at the peak of the martial saint level, wholeheartedly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to boost his cultivation. Imperceptibly, he could improve his cultivation much faster. Just think about it. Originally, he had to spend 4 to 6 hours a day absorbing natural energy to raise his cultivation base. However, with the dragon-devouring jade pendant, he could use those 4 to 6 hours to practice his swordsmanship and so on. Not to mention, the rate of absorbing natural energy was 4 to 6 times more than before. Those who could enter the 1,000 slaughterhouse to participate in the auction were not fools. On the contrary, they were all very smart. Therefore, in an instant, they had calculated and determined the situation. Many people had made up their minds to participate in the auction to obtain the dragon-devouring jade pendant. Shu Mu was one of them. To a 5-star saint like him, the dragon-devouring jade pendant was extremely valuable. I believe everyone understands the benefits of the dragon-devouring jade pendant. Without further ado, the starting bid will be 20 silver hearts. Each increment must not be less than 1 silver heart. Let the auction begin. Lin Weiyin's clear voice flowed into everyone's ears. 25 silver hearts. A 7-star saint from the first pavilion bid. The amount of natural energy absorbed by the dragon-devouring jade pendant was equivalent to the cultivation speed of a 6-star saint. To a 7-star saint, it was also beneficial. However, after a 7-star saint, the effects were not obvious. 30 silver hearts. It was from a 7-star saint from the first pavilion. Its value rose steadily, and soon it reached 50 silver hearts, surpassing the value of the 19th treasure by quite a bit. Those who bid were all 7-star saints. The 8-star saints did not have any intention of bidding. To them, rather than spending dozens of silver hearts to bid for the dragon-devouring jade pendant, they would rather keep it for other treasures. After all, their silver hearts were limited. It should be known that some 9-star saints could not even take out a few dozen silver hearts. Therefore, the wealth of the saint-level experts in the 1,000 slaughter building was not something that ordinary experts could compare to. However, it was still something that they had accumulated over many years. Good steel should be used on the blade. This was the logic behind it. 50 silver hearts was already a wealth that many 7-star saints could not take out. They could only shrink back at the sight of it. Therefore, there was a moment of silence. Lin Weiyin maintained a smile on her face. She was not nervous at all. She knew that the dragon-devouring jade pendant's value was not limited to this. Now it was just the appetizer. The real bidder had not spoken yet. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 60 silver hearts. Someone from the second pavilion made a bid. The aura that he emitted made it clear that he was an 8-star saint. He probably wanted to bid for it and give it to his juniors. 65 silver hearts. 66 silver hearts. 67 silver hearts. The people who bid were basically cultivators from the second pavilion. There were 6-star saints, 7-star saints, and 8-star saints. Soon, the price rose to 70 silver hearts. Young master, are you still not going to bid? Lin Biruo could tell that Chu Mu wanted the dragon-devouring jade pendant. No hurry, Chu Mu said. 80 silver hearts. I, Lin Ziki, want the dragon-devouring jade pendant. Everyone give me some face. A hearty voice sounded from the third pavilion. Not only did he bid, but he also said his name. The discussions of the first level soon made it known who Lin Ziki was. In Zhanlong City, he was the only son of the second pavilion master of the evil Dragon Palace, the strongest faction under Zhanlong Manor. He was a genius of the first division and was at the late 6th sky of the Wangu realm. Announcing his name and letting others know who he was and where he came from would serve as a deterrent to others. Otherwise, it would be easy to offend the other party. Even if he were to obtain the dragon-devouring jade pendant in the end, there was a good chance that he would be assassinated and even lose his life. The evil Dragon Palace was a faction on the same level as the 3 sacred sects. The second pavilion master himself was an extremely powerful existence. His only son, Lin Ziki, was a genius of the first division. Whether it was his background or his strength, he was far superior to the majority of cultivators. Sure enough, after Lin Ziki announced her name, no one immediately followed up with a bid. Some people weren't afraid of Lin Ziki, but they didn't need the dragon-devouring jade pendant. And those who needed it couldn't afford to offend Lin Ziki. There were also a few people who didn't care about the dragon-devouring jade pendant. Thus, they didn't want to offend Lin Ziki. In the room, Lin Ziki was smiling as if victory was in his hands. However, there were still people who weren't afraid of him. 81 silver hearts. A voice sounded. It was indifferent and instantly spread. The smile on Lin Ziki's face froze. Originally, Lin Wayne thought that the bidding for the dragon-devouring jade pendant would end here. Although the value was about the same, it wasn't what she wanted. 85 silver hearts. Lin Ziki said in a rich and imposing manner. 86 silver hearts. Chu Mu said, 99 silver hearts. Lin Ziki's voice turned cold. 91 silver hearts. Chu Mu was unperturbed. Are you planning to go against me, Lin Ziki? Lin Ziki said angrily, when bidding for treasures, the highest bidder wins. Chu Mu replied calmly, 100 silver hearts. Lin Ziki snorted and said again, 101 silver hearts. Chu Mu bid again. Lin Ziki's face darkened. There were also people who laughed. Although it was said that the highest bidder would win, Chu Mu only increased the price by 1 silver heart each time. It was inevitable that people would feel that he was targeting Lin Ziki. Say your name. Lin Ziki didn't bid again. She said coldly, As you wish, my name is Chu Mu. Chu Mu said without fear. He didn't have any intention of targeting Lin Ziki. It was just that if he could get the treasure at a lower price, why would he be a fool? Not to mention that other than the dragon-devouring jade pendant, there might be other treasures that could speed up cultivation that required silver hearts. As for saying his name, even if he didn't say it, with Lin Ziki's power she could find out. And Chu Mu didn't plan to hide it. It's really Brother Chu. In the room, Long Yun Kong couldn't help laughing. Chu Mu. After Lin Ziki repeated it, she suddenly felt that she had heard this name before. It was a bit familiar. Chu Mu! Is he the person that the Silver Sword Star of the City of Silver challenged? The one who killed the one-eyed old man? Rumor has it that his cultivation isn't high, He's only at the early 4th layer. No, when he killed the one-eyed old man, his cultivation was already at the early 5th layer. So it's you. Do you think that you have the right to be arrogant after killing the one-eyed old man? Lin Ziki's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. I wouldn't dare. There are plenty of people stronger than me. Chu Mu said casually, Auctioneer, if there aren't any higher bids, can we announce it now? 101 silver hearts going once. Lin Weiyin could only raise the hammer in her hand. She hoped that someone would continue to bid. However, the price of the dragon-devouring jade pendant was about the same. 102 silver hearts. At this time, someone from the 3rd floor made a bid. I'll give Brother Lin face, but someone like you, who popped out of nowhere, should obediently hide in a corner. From the sound of it, this person was targeting Chu Mu. 103 silver hearts. Chu Mu said it didn't matter if he was targeted. He was determined to get the dragon-devouring jade pendant because it would be helpful to his cultivation. 104 silver hearts. The person targeting Chu Mu continued to bid. 105 silver hearts. Chu Mu raised the price again. The dragon-devouring jade pendant is yours. However, you have to be alive to use it. The person's words were filled with threat. My life is tough, Chu Mu casually replied. No one bid anymore. 105 silver hearts had already exceeded the value of the dragon swallowing jade pendant. Moreover, just as that person had said, even if one obtained it, they still had to be alive to use it. Therefore, there would always be people who had different thoughts. Chapter 1768. In this auction, every item that was auctioned off would be quickly delivered to the bidder, and at the same time, the bidder would be given the corresponding silver heart. The person who brought the dragon-devouring jade pendant to Chu Mu's room was a 9-star Saint rank expert. Being escorted by such an expert, even if someone dared to try and intercept them halfway, it wouldn't be that easy. The moment there was a slight delay, the other experts would immediately come over to help to ensure that nothing went wrong. Chu Mu took out 105 silver heart and handed it over to the other party, obtaining the dragon swallowing jade pendant. The jade pendant was warm to the touch, with a trace of coldness. It was very hard to grasp, but also a little soft. It was very comfortable. Wisps of white gas were inhaling and exhaling from the dragon's mouth. Chu Mu could feel that it was pure heaven and earth yuan qi. With the jade pendant in his hand, he still needed to refine it for it to be effective. The refining method was not difficult, but it would take a little time. Chu Mu drove it with his spiritual power, bringing his own wisps of sword yuan into the jade pendant, slowly circulating it and leaving his own mark. The auction continued. The 31st treasure was presented. Chu Mu only took a glance and did not have any interest in bidding. Although the treasure was not bad, it was not what he wanted. The 32nd treasure was presented. The 33rd treasure was presented. One treasure after another. When it came to the 34th treasure, Chu Mu could only feel that his spiritual power and sword yuan had already refined the dragon swallowing jade pendant inside and out, entering the center and leaving his own mark. Immediately, there was a trace of a close connection between him and the dragon swallowing jade pendant. Immediately after, wearing the jade pendant, Chu Mu immediately felt the effects. The white gas inhaling and exhaling from the dragon's mouth became denser. It was the heaven and earth yuan qi that was being swallowed into the dragon's mouth, circulating in circles, heading straight to the center. In the process of circulation, the heaven and earth yuan qi was constantly being purified and transformed. When it reached the center, it was refined by the pure sword yuan that Chu Mu left behind, and began to evolve into divine wilderness sword yuan. Immediately after, it flowed into Chu Mu's body. Within his meridians, it automatically began to circulate. As it circulated, it gradually turned into divine wilderness sword essence. Circle after circle, It finally converged into his dantian and was completely refined into divine wilderness sword essence, strengthening Chu Mu's cultivation. Chu Mu could clearly feel that the dragon-devouring jade pendant was absorbing yuan qi at a much faster rate than if he were to cultivate wholeheartedly. At the very least, he would need to break through to the 6th celestial layer before he could achieve such a cultivation speed. After that, Chu Mu did not need to allocate any time to cultivate the divine desolate sword essence for a considerable period of time, because the dragon-swallowing jade pendant allowed him to cultivate at all times. His cultivation speed was even faster than when he was cultivating himself, and his cultivation time was also 5 to 6 times longer than usual. His saint body was a mid-5th level saint body, and his meridians were extremely strong. He could completely withstand the constant cultivation without the slightest burden. Under such circumstances, Chu Mu's cultivation speed could be said to be 10 times faster than before. In other words, 1 year of cultivation was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. If that's the case, my cultivation can reach the 6th celestial layer within a few years. Chu Mu thought to himself, it's still a little slow. If others knew what Chu Mu was thinking, they would probably beat him to death. How could this be considered slow? At this moment, the 35th treasure was presented. It was a white jade gourd. Lin Wei-yin introduced it with a smile. It turned out that the treasure itself was not the white jade gourd, but the item inside the white jade gourd. The white jade gourd was just a tool. Spiritual boosting pill, a precious pill that can increase one's cultivation speed after consumption. Every spiritual boosting pill can last for a month, increasing one's cultivation speed by 10 times. There are a total of 12 spiritual boosting pills in this gourd. As long as one obtains it, 1 year of cultivation will be equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. Lin Wei-yin smiled, her clear voice reverberating throughout the auction hall. It really appeared. Spiritual boosting pill, it's useful even to 8-star Saint Realm experts. Anyway, I don't have any hopes of winning it. Chu Mu's eyes lit up as he stared at the white jade gourd. Spiritual boosting pill, increasing one's cultivation speed by 10 times. It was indeed very useful to him. The starting price is 50 silver hearts, and each increment must be at least 1 silver heart. The auction begins. After Lin Wei-yin's words fell, the auction hall fell into silence. No one dared to make a bid. Since the spiritual boosting pill was effective even to 8-star Saint Realm experts, many people would be tempted and wouldn't want to miss out on this opportunity. Since that was the case, it meant that the people from the first pavilion didn't stand a chance. Knowing that they didn't stand a chance, their thoughts died down. After a dozen breaths, no one made a bid. Lin Wei-yin started to get anxious. If they didn't make a bid, it might become an unsold item. 60 silver hearts. At this moment, someone made a bid. Lin Wei-yin could tell that it was the person who won the dragon-devouring jade pendant. That's right, Chu Mu made a bid. That was because he needed the spiritual boosting pill. Increasing the price by 10 silver hearts in one go was far from the upper limit of the spiritual boosting pill's value. He was throwing a brick to attract more jade. 70 silver hearts. Lin Ziki's voice sounded. 80, 85, 90. Soon, the price rose to 100. Basically, it was the people from the second pavilion and third pavilion who made the bids. The first pavilion remained silent, and the people from the fourth pavilion were at least 9-star Saint Realm experts. They didn't need the spiritual boosting pill. The price of the spiritual boosting pill rose steadily. 120. This price had obviously surpassed the dragon-devouring jade pendant. Of course, although both could help one's cultivation and speed up one's cultivation, there were differences. The dragon-devouring jade pendant was permanent, while the spiritual boosting pill had a time limit. In that case, the dragon-devouring jade pendant should be more valuable. However, the dragon-devouring jade pendant was only suitable for 7-star saints and below. It was only useful for 7-star saints. However, the spiritual boosting pill had obvious effects even on 8-star saints. The obvious difference in level caused the difference in value between the two. 130. Lin Ziki made another bid. However, his title as the son of the evil dragon palace's second pavilion master didn't have much use this time. 135. An 8-star Saint Realm expert made a bid. Chu Mu didn't make another bid after throwing a brick to attract more jade. He knew that there would be many people who wanted to make a bid. It wasn't over yet. 140. 150. 200. Everyone, please give me, Waning Moon, some face. A soft voice spread throughout the entire place like moonlight. Waning Moon Sword Saint has made a bid. Waning Moon, you need the spiritual boosting pill. I also need it. Why should I give you face? 210. A loud voice made a bid. Then let's go with the price. 220. The Waning Moon Sword Saint's soft voice seemed to carry a trace of coldness. It caused the surrounding temperature to drop a bit. When the price reached 200, some people started to hesitate. 200 silver hearts wasn't a low price. Even if the people on the second floor could take it out, it was still a huge amount of wealth. Moreover, the auction this time was said to have 100 treasures. There were a total of 100 treasures. Now there were only 35. 230. 240. 250. The price rose higher and higher. Even some people on the third floor started to hesitate. Waning Moon, I bid 270. This is my final bid, the loud voice said. Towards the end, it was basically just the two of them bidding. 280. The Waning Moon Sword Saint made a bid without hesitation. This price far exceeded that of the previous auction item by quite a bit. 280 silver hearts going once. Are there any higher bids? Lin Wayne said. 285. Chu Mu made a bid. In a side room, the Waning Moon Sword Saint frowned. 290. He made a bid again. 300. Chu Mu increased the price by 10. 300 silver hearts. This meant that each spirit-boosting pill was worth more than 20 silver hearts, which was very high. The Waning Moon Sword Saint's voice didn't sound again. 300 silver hearts going once. 300 silver hearts going twice. Is there anyone else? 300 silver hearts going thrice. Sold. The final bid was made. Soon, someone brought the white jade gourd that contained the spiritual boosting pills to Chu Mu's side room. Sir, the spiritual boosting pills don't conflict with the dragon swallowing jade pendant. The person who brought the gourd left with the 300 silver hearts. He only left the sentence, which immediately made Chu Mu a little excited. They didn't conflict. This meant that they could coexist and be used together. While Chu Mu was secretly excited, the people in the first pavilion were very surprised. If they remembered correctly, Chu Mu had already spent more than 400 silver hearts. This kind of wealth was something that many high-level martial saints couldn't accumulate even after hundreds of years. And they knew that Chu Mu was only a 5-star beginner martial saint. At least his cultivation was like that. As a genius, could it be that wealth couldn't be judged by common sense? Without any rest, the next treasure was quickly presented. This was a full body armor that possessed astonishing defensive power. This auction was called the 100 Treasures, which meant that there were 100 treasures to be auctioned. It was less than half of the auction, but there were very few treasures that could increase one's cultivation. Therefore, there were naturally very few treasures that could attract Chu Mu's interest. In the side room, he asked Lin Biruo to pay attention to the auction items. If it was related to increasing one's cultivation, she would inform him. Immediately, Chu Mu calmed down and carefully sensed it. He wanted to try and see if the effects of his own cultivation while wearing the dragon swallowing jade pendant could be stacked with the effects of the dragon swallowing jade pendant. If it was possible, It meant that his cultivation speed could be increased by another step. Traces of qi of heaven and earth began to be attracted by Chu Mu's consciousness. Chapter 1769. In the room, Chu Mu furrowed his brows. After a series of tests, he realized that the effects of cultivating on his own while wearing the dragon-devouring jade pendant were not much better. In fact, there was not much of a difference. Thinking about it, Chu Mu immediately understood. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in my current environment is normal. The dragon-devouring jade pendant absorbs the surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth at a higher rate than if I cultivate on my own. Therefore, the yuan qi that I absorb when I cultivate on my own will be absorbed by the dragon-devouring jade pendant. Because the dragon-devouring jade pendant was worn on Chu Mu's body, it would automatically absorb the surrounding yuan qi and gather it around Chu Mu. Then it would be absorbed into the jade pendant and enter Chu Mu's body to be converted into divine wilderness sword essence. When Chu Mu cultivated on his own, he would also need to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Because his cultivation level was at the early fifth sky of the Aeon realm, there was nothing special about his speed of absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth. On the other hand, the dragon-devouring jade pendant was at the peak of the sixth sky of the Aeon realm. Under the obvious difference in speed, the yuan qi that Chu Mu absorbed when he cultivated on his own will be absorbed by the dragon-devouring jade pendant. For example, if a pipe was poured into a pool of water and the flow of water was constant, the pipe would be divided into two, one big and one small. The time it would take to fill up the pool would be the same. Unless the speed at which the yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered was faster than the speed at which the dragon-devouring jade pendant absorbed it. Only then would Chu Mu's cultivation be effective. It seemed like his plan to cultivate on his own and use the dragon-devouring jade pendant's absorption to increase his cultivation level was going to fail. Unless I can find an excellent place to cultivate, Chu Mu thought to himself. There were some cultivation, holy grounds where the yuan qi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. There was almost no need to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Cultivating in such an environment would be more effective. However, such places were very rare. They were usually controlled by those powerful forces, unless Chu Mu was willing to join them and become one of their disciples. With his talent, if he joined a powerful force and became one of its members, he might have the opportunity to enter such a holy land of cultivation. However, the time was uncertain. If Chu Mu was from the land of exile and planned to stay there forever, it wouldn't matter. The problem was that he had less than 29 years left. I wonder how much of a boost I would receive if I were to take the spirit boosting pill and cultivate with the dragon-devouring jade pendant. There were only 12 spirit boosting pills, which were very precious. Moreover, this was an auction house, so it was not suitable for Chu Mu to try. He could only put the idea aside for the time being. Since there was no way to stack it with the dragon-devouring jade pendant, Chu Mu decided to stop cultivating. Instead, he focused on comprehending the sword art. Because he had comprehended the true intent of the sword, the many sword images in his mind had all condensed into one. A solid sword image contained thousands of sword arts and thousands of mysteries. Even now, Chu Mu had not fully comprehended it. Moreover, there was still the sword universe. Chu Mu had only comprehended a small portion of its mysteries. The auction items were presented one after another, and the price rose higher and higher. Soon, the price reached 400 silver hearts. For the majority of the first pavilion, the following items were not something they could participate in. However, it could be considered an eye-opener. Chu Mu had not been able to obtain the treasure he wanted, so he continued to comprehend the sword universe and sword art, verifying each other. 500 silver hearts. A loud and clear voice resounded through the entire place. It was an 8-star martial saint from the first pavilion who had shouted. After this 8-star saint shouted out 500 silver hearts. His face turned red from excitement. A total of 500 silver hearts. A portion of it was his many years of savings, while the rest was obtained through other methods. He would have to return it in the future. However, as long as he could obtain this treasure, it would be worth it. No one continued to bid. In the end, this 8-star saint obtained the treasure at the price of 500 silver hearts. After obtaining the treasure, he quickly left the 1,000 slaughterhouse. He was not afraid of being stolen, but he was afraid of being remembered. While the others were still participating in the auction, he quickly left. He did not want to be targeted after the auction ended. With the strength of an 8-star saint, there were many people who could kill him. This person's departure did not affect the progress of the auction. The auction continued, and the price continued to rise. 600 silver hearts. 700 silver hearts. Soon, the 89th item was auctioned off. Next are the last 10 items. Some of them are special, so they will be auctioned together. Lin Wayne said as she picked up the 5 jade tokens on the table. These 5 tokens represent the 5 auction items and also the 5 slots to enter the Black God Secret Realm 10 years later. Black God Secret Realm. A portion of the people were at a loss. They did not know what the Black God Secret Realm was, but a portion of them were first stunned, then shocked. What is the Black God Secret Realm? The auctioneer, Lin Wayne, kept the crowd in suspense. Some of you have heard of it, but some of you have not. Everyone knows about the Black God Greatsword. The Black God Secret Realm is related to the Black God Greatsword. Every 1,000 years, the Dark God Giant Sword will release a strong energy fluctuation, tearing the space apart and leading to a secret place. Inside that secret place, there are great opportunities. Since ancient times, people who have entered and exited the secret place will have a significant increase in their strength. Lin Wayne's tone was not passionate. It was still so clear, but it seemed to contain a kind of power that made people unable to help but concentrate and imagine along with her tone. Many of the experts that we know, such as the Mystic Origin Sword Saint, the Dragon Devouring Sword Saint, and the Kongming Sword Saint, have all entered the Black God Secret Realm. Their strength also increased a lot in the secret realm. Of those sword saints that Lin Wayne mentioned, some were dead, some were still alive, and their names were spread far and wide. There was no need for too much explanation. As long as she told the truth, everyone would understand the importance of the Black God Secret Realm. It opened once every 1,000 years. After entering, one's strength would increase significantly. Although there was danger, no cultivator would be naive enough to think that there would be no danger if they wanted to increase their strength quickly and obtain benefits. Moreover, the Black God Secret Realm did not have a restriction on one's cultivation base to enter. In other words, even the 7 kings could enter. Many people's breathing became hurried. Although it was 10 years later, it was nothing. For Saint Realm experts, 10 years was not a long time. The Black God Secret Realm. Chu Mu also heard it and woke up from his meditation. It is related to the Black God Greatsword. It can increase one's strength. Now, when he heard that it could increase his strength, he was moved. The starting price for the 10 spots to enter the Black God Secret Realm is 500 silver hearts. Each increment must be no less than 10 silver hearts. Now, the bidding for the first spot begins. As soon as Lin Wayne finished speaking, someone immediately made a bid. 600 silver hearts. Directly increasing the price by 100 silver hearts showed that this person was determined to get it. There were 10 spots. It seemed like a lot, but it was actually very little. As long as there was a spot, anyone could enter the Black God Secret Realm. 700. 750. 800. 800 silver hearts. This price was very high. It had completely exceeded the 89th auction item. After a few breaths of silence, someone continued to make a bid. 810. 820. The increase in price started to become more conservative. 850. Chu Mu made a bid. He felt that if he didn't get the 10 slots now, as the number of slots decreased, the price of the later auctions might be even higher. Of course, this wasn't absolute. It was just that he wanted to get a slot as soon as possible. 860. 900. Chu Mu's voice did not waver. He was determined to get a spot. I doubt if he can take out 900 silver hearts. At this time, a voice sounded, questioning Chu Mu. It was the same person who had deliberately targeted him during the auction of the dragon devouring jade. Before the auction, Chu Mu had already spent 405 silver hearts. Now that he made a bid of 900 silver hearts, it was indeed doubtful if he could afford it. Whether brother Chu can afford it or not has nothing to do with you. A voice sounded. Who are you? How dare you interfere with my business? Long Yun Kong. That voice said. 3 sacred sects Long Yun Kong. Fine. Fei Yong will remember. This was just a small episode, and it did not affect the auction. However, it also let people know that Long Yun Kong and Chu Mu had a good relationship. Otherwise, Long Yun Kong would not have offended Fei Yong. One had to know that Fei Yong and Long Yun Kong were both geniuses of the second array. 900 silver hearts going once. Lin Wayne announced. 910. Someone else made a bid. 920. 1,000. Chu Mu's tone was firm and determined. He directly increased the bid to 1,000 silver hearts. 1,000 silver hearts was a huge fortune, and it was enough to make many people shrink back. It also shocked many people. A 5-star saint actually had such a shocking amount of wealth. There's still 9 spots left. It's not worthwhile to compete with him. Someone muttered and gave up on bidding. 1,000 silver hearts going once. Lin Wayne raised her small hammer. 1,000 silver hearts going twice. Is there a higher bid? 1,000 silver hearts going thrice. Sold. Chu Mu let out a sigh of relief. His wish was fulfilled, and he won a spot in the auction. Soon, the 9-star saint who delivered the treasure earlier delivered a jade token to Chu Mu's room and handed it to Chu Mu. Chu Mu also took out 1,000 silver hearts and handed it to the other party, completing the transaction. Chapter 1770. This token represents one of the 10 spots. It is jointly recognized by the 5 city Lord Mansions. After 10 years, bring this token to the Black God Giant Sword and enter the Black God Secret Realm. Remember, the 5 city Lord Mansions only recognize the token, not the person. Do not lose this token. The 9-star saint said to Chu Mu after collecting 1,000 silver hearts and then left. Thank you, Chu Mu said. It seems that the Black God Secret Realm is controlled by the 5 city Lord Mansions. There should be some restrictions on the number of spots that can enter. Chu Mu thought to himself, the 5 city Lord Mansions took out 10 spots to auction. It means that they each have a lot of spots. Maybe the other big forces also have a certain number of spots. Chu Mu's guess was close to the truth. There's still 9 spots left. The auction will end soon. I have already obtained 1 spot and 2 treasures that can help with cultivation. The purpose of this trip is quite complete. Chu Mu thought to himself, it's time to leave. I will find a place with rich yuan qi and cultivate in seclusion for a year. I will try my best to raise my cultivation. Then, Chu Mu stood up. Bai Ruo, let's go. Yes, young master. The two walked out of the room one after the other and went down the stairs, planning to leave the 1,000 slaughterhouse. Although the auction was still going on, to Chu Mu, the auction was already over because the item he wanted was already in his hands. We are leaving. You want to leave after getting what you want? There is no such thing. Guard, follow him and act according to the situation, Lin Ziki said to an 8-star saint beside her. Yes, young master, the middle-aged 8-star saint said in a low voice. He turned around and quickly left the room. Fei Yong also ordered 2 subordinates to follow Chu Mu and act according to the situation. Forget it. With my wealth, it is impossible for me to get the remaining spots. In that case, a cold light flashed in the waning moon, Sword Saint's eyes. He stood up and quickly left. Some people had the same idea as him. They all stood up and left, following Chu-Mu. Act according to the situation. The wealth that Chu-Mu had displayed had left them extremely shocked and tempted. If they could kill him and obtain Chu-Mu's space ring, they might be able to gain something other than the treasures that they had already obtained. For example, the waning moon Sword Saint was strong enough and had a certain amount of wealth. However, after participating in the auction and bidding for 1 or 2 treasures, he would not have much left. He urgently needed to replenish his wealth. Some people stood up and left one after another, attracting the attention of others. Interesting. That 5-star martial saint is in for it. It's a sin to possess such astonishing wealth without the corresponding strength. This is Bloodbath City who dares to make a move. Chu-Mu, right? If you can't even deal with these people, then you don't have the qualifications to be my opponent. In a room on the 4th floor, Bai Chen's gaze seemed to pierce through the many pavilions and landed on Chu-Mu. The moment Chu-Mu brought Lin Biruo out of the 1,000 slaughterhouse, many gazes immediately landed on him. Not long after leaving the 1,000 slaughterhouse, Chu-Mu felt that he was being watched. Chu-Mu didn't need to look back. Just from the aura lock, Chu-Mu could tell that the people staring at him were a group of 8-star saints. Thinking about it, it was obvious that this group of people came from the 1,000 slaughterhouse. Their goal was most likely the treasures and wealth. However, this was Bloodbath City. Whoever dared to make a move would be violating the rules of the Bloodbath House and would be hunted down by the Bloodbath House. Even a powerful 9-star martial saint wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Biruo, is there any sacred cultivation ground in Bloodbath City that is open to the public? Chu-Mu didn't care about the group of people who were watching him and asked Biruo. There is one sacred cultivation ground that is open to the public. It belongs to the War Hall of the Bloodbath House. That is a sacred cultivation ground that is open to the public. However, one needs to pay the corresponding silver heart to enter. Lin Biruo thought for a moment and said, "Lead the way. Let's take a look at the War Hall." Chu-Mu was delighted and said, as for paying the silver heart, it was nothing to him. Excluding the 1,405 silver hearts that he had spent at the auction, Chu-Mu still had 1,500 silver hearts in his spatial ring. He believed that it was enough to cultivate for a period of time. Increasing one's strength was the most important. Only when one's strength was strong enough could they obtain more wealth. Lin Biruo had lived in Bloodbath City for dozens of years and was more familiar with the city. Therefore, she quickly led Chu-Mu in the direction of the War Hall. In fact, the 5 cities all had sacred cultivation grounds that were open to the public. They were controlled by the 5-city Lord Manors. The sacred cultivation grounds that were open to the public were generally more ordinary. Naturally, they would keep the good ones for their own use. Even if it was just an ordinary cultivation ground, the yuan qi of heaven and earth in it was at least twice as dense as in an ordinary environment. At this moment, the people behind quickly caught up. They passed by Chu-Mu and blocked Chu-Mu's path. 100 silver hearts in exchange for the treasure you just obtained. The 8-star saint expert's eyes flashed fiercely as he stared at Chu-Mu. It was as if he wanted to pierce through Chu-Mu. His voice was low, like the roar of a ferocious tiger. It was breathtaking. Ordinary cultivators would definitely be frightened by his gaze and tone. They might even agree. Unfortunately, Chu-Mu was not an ordinary cultivator. Lin Ziki asked you to come? Chu-Mu asked casually. His indifferent tone showed that he did not take the other party's threat seriously. How dare you call the young master by his name? The camp guard's voice became deeper and deeper, but it also became thicker and thicker, as if it was the fury of an azure dragon. He had clearly used a special force exertion technique to transmit it through his voice. Chu-Mu was just guessing. He did not expect that he would be right. "Get out of the way. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you," Chumu said. This was Bloodbath City. If he fought, even if he killed the other party, it would be disadvantageous to him. Since that was the case, why should he waste time? Hand it over or else. The guard's face darkened. The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. Cold light shot out in all directions. He unsheathed his sword. His killing intent immediately spread out and locked onto Chumu. It covered him, but did not spread to the surroundings. It showed that the guard's control of his aura had reached a very high level. Chumu did not seem to notice anything. He took a step forward and walked towards a guard. "Do you dare to fight here?" Chumu's tone was still indifferent. "As long as you dare to draw your sword, I dare to kill you." The last two words were accompanied by a terrifying killing intent that erupted from Chumu's body. It was as if the ocean was flowing and the Milky Way was flowing. In an instant, Ingwe's body couldn't help but tremble. A chill emerged from the depths of his bone marrow and instantly engulfed his entire body. His blood seemed to freeze and his limbs stiffened. Even his thoughts seemed to have stopped. It was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in front of him. From the moment he stepped on the path of sword cultivation until now, countless people had died under Chumu's sword. This created a terrifying killing intent that was instantly released. The impact was incomparable. As if unable to control his body, the camp guard unconsciously took a step to the side. Chumu's footsteps didn't stop, and he directly walked past the camp guard. After Chumu walked past, Ingwe could only see his back. Only then did the guard wake up from the terrifying killing intent. Staring at Chumu's back, his face was filled with shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not know when his hand that was holding the sword had turned white. A voice urged him to draw his sword and take the opportunity to kill Lin Fan. But another voice told him that once he drew his sword and attacked, he would definitely be killed. Cold sweat appeared on the guard's forehead. The guard's face was a little twisted. He was struggling. "Brother Ingwe, what happened?" A voice sounded and woke up the guard who was struggling. It was one of the two people sent by Fei Yang. "This person is extremely terrifying. You cannot easily make him your enemy. Once you become his enemy, you must use all your strength to kill him. Quickly inform your young master about this," said the guard in a deep voice. Immediately after, he turned around and walked away. He had to inform young Master Lin Ziki about this. The two people sent by Fei Yang looked at each other. They did not understand what was going on, but seeing how serious the guard was, they did not dare to make any assumptions. They quickly turned around and left. The waning moon sword saint and the others were not far away. They had seen the change in that instant. However, they did not know what exactly had happened, but they were sure that in that instant, something had definitely happened. Otherwise, the guard would not have reacted like that. The waning moon sword saint and the others did not try to stop Chumu. They also did not give up. Instead, they followed Chumu from a distance. They wanted to see where he was going. If he was going to leave Bloodbath City, that would be even better. In Bloodbath City, the waning moon sword saint and the others did not dare to make a move. Otherwise, even if they were 100 times stronger, they would not be able to escape death. Not far away, a group of Bloodbath sword guards patrolled past. They glanced at Chumu and the others. They stopped and stared at them. "Young master, there are people following us," said Biro. "Ignore them," said Chumu. They walked quickly. About 2 hours later, under Lin Biro's lead, the two of them arrived in front of a large hall. The hall was empty. The door was wide open, but there was no one coming in or out. After all, one had to pay a silver heart to use the sacred cultivation ground. Many cultivators could not afford it. He strode toward the door of the palace and entered the palace. There was no one in the hall. After a few breaths, someone appeared. "Why have you two come to the battle hall?" asked a middle-aged man. He bowed slightly and asked directly, Tell me about the cultivation situation in the battle hall, said Chu Mu. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he heard Chu Mu's words. This meant that this person was most likely coming to the battle hall to cultivate. If one had to pay a silver heart, he would be able to get a portion of the benefits. Chapter 1771. The battle hall was built on an energy vein, so it was rich in heaven and earth yuan qi. It could also absorb the free yuan qi of heaven and earth, so it was very rich. Inside the battle hall, there were many cultivation rooms. The cultivation rooms were divided into 3 grades according to the purity and density of the yuan qi of heaven and earth: black iron, bronze, and silver. Black iron cultivation rooms had 3 times the density and purity of the yuan qi of heaven and earth compared to the outside world. The difference was 9 times. One had to pay 1 silver heart per month. The heaven-earth yuan qi in the bronze grade cultivation room was 4 times denser and purer than the outside world. It was 16 times denser than the outside world, and one had to pay 5 silver hearts per month. Silver cultivation rooms had 5 times the density and purity of the yuan qi of heaven and earth compared to the outside world. The difference was 25 times. One had to pay 10 silver hearts per month. For many people, even a silver heart per month in an iron-level cultivation room was very expensive. This was because it could only increase one's cultivation speed by 9 times. However, cultivating in the room for a short month was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 9 months. The improvement was not very obvious. As for the 5 bronze-ranked crystals and the 10 silver-ranked crystals, their value was even higher. Normally, people who chose to enter holy cultivation places like the battle hall usually had some wealth and were on the verge of a breakthrough. They needed to break through to a higher level in a short period of time. For example, if one wanted to break through from the peak of the 7th sky of the immemorial realm to the 8th sky of the immemorial realm, 1 silver heart would allow one to enjoy 9 times the density of the yuan qi of heaven and earth in a black iron cultivation room. There was an 80 to 90% chance of breaking through and quickly stabilizing one's cultivation. It was not cheap, but it made sense. After all, the cultivation rooms were not just about the density of the yuan qi, but also the purity of the yuan qi. To cultivators, the density and purity of the yuan qi were 2 very important indicators. Just the concentration of origin energy alone was very high, but the body also needed to refine it. If the refining speed couldn't keep up, it wouldn't be able to increase the speed of cultivation by much. Thus, only by keeping up with the purity would the refining speed be faster, and the overall cultivation efficiency would be higher. 1 silver cultivation room for a year, Chu Mu said. The deacon was overjoyed when he heard this. A year in the silver-ranked cultivation room was equivalent to 100 silver hearts. What a huge fortune! He could take 1% of the profit, and that would be a silver heart. For a 7-star saint like him, the value of a silver heart was definitely very high. Your Excellency, please follow me. The deacon treated Chu Mu as an honored guest and treated him respectfully. Wait a moment. Lin Biro suddenly called out to the deacon. Chu Mu didn't care about this price, but the little handmaiden Lin Biro felt distressed and started to bargain with the other party. According to the young maidservant Lin Biro, 8 silver hearts for a month. This deacon insisted on the price and refused to budge no matter what. Chu Mu found it funny as he watched from the side. In the end, the deacon took a step back and provided a black iron cultivation room for free for a year. Lin Biro was not satisfied with this result. She wanted to bargain. Well, that's it. Chu Mu pulled Lin Biro and said, Biro, you can use the black iron cultivation room. Young master, this. Biro was anxious. Don't worry and cultivate. Try your best to improve your cultivation. Chu Mu said. The deacon first activated the primordial qi of the 2 cultivation rooms and took Lin Biro to a black iron cultivation room, and then took Chu Mu to a silver-level cultivation room. Chu walked into the silver-level cultivation room and immediately felt the rich and pure primordial chi of heaven and earth. After closing the silver-white door, the surrounding walls were also silver-white in color. They were made of crushed silver stones, ground into powder, and smeared with other materials to make the walls even sturdier. Some seals were also set up to strengthen the defense. Therefore, even a 9-star saint's attack would not be able to destroy it. Chu carefully sensed it. The primordial chi of heaven and earth was 5 times richer and purer. As such, Chu didn't need to actively absorb the primordial chi of heaven and earth. Under the absorption of the dragon swallowing jade pendant, the surrounding primordial chi of heaven and earth quickly gathered and flowed into the dragon swallowing jade pendant. It slowly transformed and entered Chumu's body to be transformed into divine wilderness sword essence. However, Chumu realized that the dragon swallowing jade pendant could only absorb a portion of the primordial chi of heaven and earth that was gathered. It wasn't even half of it. In the middle of the cultivation room, there was a praying mat. It could allow one to quickly and better calm their mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. After Chumu sat on it, he first tried to take the initiative to move the divine wilderness sword essence to cultivate. He wanted to see how it worked with the dragon swallowing jade pendant. A large amount of primordial chi of heaven and earth began to flow into Chumu's body and was refined by him, taking the initiative to cultivate, and the dragon swallowing jade pendant's absorption could indeed be stacked. All right, I'll stay here for a year and cultivate the divine wilderness sword essence. Chumu opened his eyes and revealed a look of joy. According to the speed of his cultivation, a year of cultivation was equivalent to more than 10 years of cultivation in the outside world. Perhaps his cultivation could take another step forward and rise from the initial 5th to the initial 6th level of the Aeon. As for the initial 6th level of the Aeon, his strength could definitely reach the level of a 9-star saint. As for whether it was the initial 9-star saint or close to the middle 9-star saint, Chumu couldn't be sure because he hadn't reached the upper 9-star saint level yet. I wonder if taking the spiritual boosting pill can make it faster. A thought popped up in Chumu's mind. The spiritual boosting pill was said to be able to increase one's cultivation speed by 10 times after taking it. Its value was even higher than the dragon swallowing jade pendant. 10 times might be true, but now that Chumu had the dragon swallowing jade pendant, he didn't know if the two could be stacked together or not. With a thought, Chumu decided to give it a try. He took out the white jade gourd and poured out a spiritual boosting pill. The spiritual boosting pill was milky white and emitted a very faint fragrance. It was an almost perfect pill. From the appearance of the pill, one could tell that the person who refined it must have a very high level of attainment in alchemy. After all, Chumu was also an alchemy grandmaster. It was just that he hadn't dabbled in alchemy for a long time because he didn't have the time and energy to do so. He threw the spiritual boosting pill into his mouth, and it quickly melted into a stream of clear liquid before he swallowed it. Immediately, the clear stream transformed into a wave of energy that quickly diffused. Like a gentle breeze and drizzle, it silently permeated every part of Chumu's body. His body began to become lighter, as if he was gradually losing weight and ascending. However, Chumu knew that his weight didn't change at all. It was just that the medicinal power of the spirit-increasing pill had spread throughout his body, causing his body to temporarily undergo a special change. Under this change, every part of his body had an extraordinary ability to sense and absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth. So this is the so-called 10 times cultivation speed. Chumu thought to himself. With a quick thought, Chumu combined it with his own accomplishments in alchemy and came to a conclusion. The so-called 10 times cultivation speed was relative. If the absorption speed was 10 times, then one's own refining speed had to keep up in order to reach 10 times cultivation speed. Chumu's dantian was different from ordinary cultivators. It was 10 times larger. His mid-stage 5th class saint body was very strong and his meridians had also undergone changes. They were wider and tougher. Furthermore, the divine wilderness sword essence was a very high-level sword essence. With all these factors combined, the speed at which he refined heaven-earth yuan qi was much faster than the speed at which he absorbed heaven-earth yuan qi. Begin cultivating. Dispelling all distracting thoughts, the divine wilderness sword essence began to circulate. Suddenly, a suction force appeared. The surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi was sucked in and gathered around Chu Mu's body, forming wisps of white. Like a mist, they gradually wrapped around Chu Mu's body. A whistling sound gradually sounded in the cultivation room. It was as if there was a continuous gust of wind blowing, becoming clearer and clearer. His body had become abnormally sensitive, and he had an unimaginable sensitivity to the yuan qi of the world. With a thought, countless invisible hands seemed to extend from his body, madly stirring the surroundings and continuously absorbing the yuan qi of the world. The heaven-earth yuan qi seemed to be in a frenzy, emitting a whistling sound. Pure and rich heaven-earth yuan qi, with the help of the spiritual boosting pill, gathered in a frenzy and swarmed Chu Mu's body, as if it wanted to squeeze Chu Mu. All the pores on his body opened up, constantly absorbing the heaven-earth yuan qi into his body. The divine wilderness sword essence in his strong and wide meridians gradually exploded with an astonishing speed, surging forward. Chu Mu rarely had such an opportunity other than in battle. Normally, when he cultivated, the heaven-earth yuan qi in the outside world was normal, and the speed at which he absorbed the heaven-earth yuan qi was also normal. Only his refining speed was abnormal, but most of the time the abnormal refining speed could not keep up with the absorption speed and could only be equal to the absorption speed. As the divine wilderness sword essence revolved faster and faster, Chu Mu could vaguely hear a roar from within his body. It was like the roar of a rushing river, like the roar of a crashing sea. The feeling of a strong power rippled within his body. As the divine wilderness sword essence continued to revolve, the heaven-earth yuan qi that was absorbed into his body was also driven, rapidly flowing through his strong and wide meridians, being refined bit by bit. The dragon swallowing jade pendant also absorbed a portion of the heaven-earth yuan qi to refine, and then sent it into Chu Mu's meridians. The divine wilderness sword essence could be felt growing rapidly. According to this cultivation speed, in a year's time, he could definitely reach the sixth heaven of the Aeon. Chapter 1772. Young Lord, the news is clear. Chu Mu has entered the war hall and rented a silver-grade cultivation room for a year. Ying Wei stood beside Lin Ziki and reported in a solemn voice. 1 year. It seems like he's planning to use this 1 year to raise his cultivation. Lin Ziki sneered. Ying Wei, order people to keep an eye on him. The moment he leaves Bloodbath City, kill him immediately. Yes, young lord. Killing intent flickered in Ying Wei's eyes. Recalling how he had felt fear when facing Huang Xiaolong's killing intent, Ying Wei was furious. He had to kill Huang Xiaolong. After Ying Wei calmed down, he thought that Huang Xiaolong had killed a lot of people, hence his killing intent. However, a strong killing intent didn't mean that Huang Xiaolong was stronger than him. After all, he was an 8-star Saint Realm expert. A dignified 8-star Saint Realm expert was actually frightened by a 5-star Saint Realm. Shameful, this was too shameful. Of course, to be safe, Ying Wei wasn't alone this time. There was another 8-star Saint Realm expert. With the two of them working together, nothing would go wrong. Now, all they had to do was wait for Chu Mu to leave Bloodbath City. However, even if Chu Mu came out from the war hall, he wouldn't leave Bloodbath City so soon. Who knows, he might stay in Bloodbath City for years. Other than Ying Wei and the others, other people like Fei Yang and the Waning Moon Sword Saint also knew that Chu Mu had entered the war hall and rented a silver-grade cultivation room for a year. That was 100 silver hearts, a huge amount of wealth. This made them even more tempted. However, no one dared to cause trouble in the war hall. They could only wait for Chu-Mu to leave before thinking of a way to lure him out of Bloodbath City. Brother, Chu has entered the war hall? Long Yun Kong and the others also knew about Chu-Mu's movements. After the auction ended, they could easily find out about Chu-Mu's whereabouts and other news. Dragon devouring jade pendant, spirit boosting pill, and the war hall. I wonder what level Brother Chu's cultivation will reach in 1 year. There should be at least 6th heavenly layer of the Aeon. Brother Chu at the 6th celestial layer of the Aeon. Everyone fell silent. The 6th celestial layer of the Aeon was only a mid-level saint. To them it was nothing. However, there was a monstrous genius, a monstrous cultivator. He was weaker than them, but he was much stronger than them. Now, many people have their eyes on Brother Chu. They're just waiting for him to leave Bloodbath City. There's no need to worry. Those people are all only 8-star martial saints. An 8-star martial saint was a powerhouse that they couldn't contend with at the moment. However, it was hard to say for Chu-Mu in a year's time. One had to know that Chu-Mu, who was at the early 4th heavenly layer of the Wangu realm, was able to kill Luo Zhongshu, who was at the early 8th heavenly layer of the Wangu realm. On the other hand, Luo Zhongshu's strength was close to the middle 8th heavenly layer. The early 6th heavenly layer of the Wangu realm and the early 4th heavenly layer of the Wangu realm were both in the middle 8th heavenly layer of the Wangu realm. I'm looking forward to seeing Brother Chu's strength in a year's time. Me too. Long Yun Kong and the others looked at each other and smiled. Then they left. They also needed to cultivate so that they wouldn't fall behind too much. That would be embarrassing. In the war hall, there was a silver-ranked cultivation room. The entire room was filled with white energy. Wisps of white energy flowed from all directions towards the center of the room. That was heaven and earth yuan qi. It was rich and pure. The effect of the spiritual boosting pill was beyond imagination. It had an extraordinary ability to sense and absorb heaven and earth yuan qi. Wave after wave of pure heaven and earth yuan qi flowed from all directions. It was like a river flowing backwards. It flowed into Chu-Mu's pores and entered his body. The dragon swallowing jade pendant's mouth was filled with white energy. It had reached its limit and was breathing in and out. Wisps of pure heaven and earth yuan qi were transformed by the dragon swallowing jade pendant. They approached the divine wilderness sword essence and entered Chu-Mu's body. They flowed through his meridians and turned into divine wilderness sword essence. They entered his dantian and slowly filled it up. Every heavenly layer, from the early stage to the peak stage, was the accumulation of sword essence. It was only when the accumulation reached the limit that one would consider the advancement and breakthrough of the cultivation level. Chu-Mu's cultivation level was very high. It was enough to support his cultivation level to the peak of the 9-star saint grade. Therefore, what he lacked was the accumulation of sword essence. As long as he had enough sword essence, his cultivation level would increase without any obvious bottlenecks. This was something that other cultivators could not compare to. In fact, one of the differences between a genius and an ordinary cultivator was the breakthrough of cultivation level. For an ordinary cultivator, every heavenly layer required a lot of time to comprehend. Some might even be stuck for decades or even centuries. Some might not even be able to break through in their lifetime because of the limitations of their talent. For a genius, the comprehension of cultivation level was not that difficult. The more talented a cultivator was, the easier it was for them to advance their cultivation level. For a monstrous genius like Chu-Mu, the eternal realm was not that big of an obstacle for him. It was easy for him to advance to the peak. The real difficulty was to advance between the major levels. For example, the Nirvana realm and the eternal realm and the peerless experts. For the monstrous geniuses from the 6 great stars, their realms were not much of an obstacle to them. Therefore, they were able to reach the level of a 7-star saint at such a young age. Moreover, they had unimaginable strength. However, the amount of heaven and earth yuan qi required to advance from the early first heavenly layer to the peak ninth heavenly layer was too much. Moreover, as a monstrous genius, which yuan qi was not different from an ordinary cultivator, the amount of heaven and earth yuan qi required was at least 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, or 5 times more. For example, Chu Mu, because his dantian had become 10 times larger after the mutation, the amount of heaven and earth yuan qi he required was also 10 times more than an ordinary cultivator. 10 times was an incomparably huge amount, which limited Chu Mu's rapid advancement. Every advancement was extremely difficult for him. After a month, the energy of the spiritual enhancing pill was depleted. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the surroundings had lost its attraction and was about to disperse. Chu Mu hurriedly took out a second spiritual enhancing pill and consumed it. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the surroundings did not disperse before it began to condense again. The spiritual enhancing pill could increase one's dantian by 10 times, but that was only in theory. Although Chu Mu's refining speed was faster than his absorption speed, it was not as much as 10 times. Altogether, it could only reach 6 or 7 times. Furthermore, with the dragon devouring jade's automatic absorption and refinement, Chu Mu's cultivation speed was 18 times faster than before. This was lower than in theory. After all, the theoretical increase was the best, and it had to be combined with various factors to reach the optimal level. Obviously, Chu Mu's cultivation environment and everything else was not at the optimal level. Naturally, it had to be discounted. This was because he was cultivating 24 hours a day, and there was almost no time to rest. In the past, he would only cultivate for 2 to 4 hours a day. In other words, 1 month of cultivation for Chu Mu was equivalent to 18 months of cultivation. The sword origin in his dantian had indeed increased a little compared to before, but it had not reached the mid-stage of the 5th heavenly layer, but it was very close. Before the 2nd month was over, Chu Mu's cultivation base had successfully broken through a small realm, reaching the mid-stage of the 5th heavenly layer. In just 2 days, Chu Mu had consolidated his cultivation base and continued to improve. In the 4th month, Chu Mu's cultivation base had reached the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer. In the 6th month, Chu Mu's cultivation base had reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer. The speed of his improvement was faster than he had expected. However, even though Chu Mu did not have any bottlenecks, the amount of energy he needed to break through was 10 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Therefore, the amount of energy he needed to break through from the peak of the 5th heavenly layer to the 6th heavenly layer was frightening. In the 7th month, Chu Mu was still accumulating energy. In the 8th month, he was still accumulating energy. In the 9th month, Chu Mu's accumulation had reached its peak. As his cultivation base increased, the speed at which he absorbed and refined the yuan qi of heaven and earth increased correspondingly. It was much faster than when he had first entered the cultivation room. Break through to the 6th heavenly layer. Chu Mu made up his mind and began to break through the bottleneck. The powerful divine wilderness sword origin rippled within his body, releasing a roar that sounded like the roar of a primordial beast. It was like a tsunami, with huge waves crashing unceasingly. His blood boiled and his bones crackled. A powerful aura rose from Chu Mu's body, gradually growing stronger. It stirred the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings, forming a whirlpool that spun around. A rumbling sound rang out in the cultivation room. The entire cultivation room seemed to be trembling. This power was not at all comparable to the breakthrough from the 5th heavenly layer to the 6th heavenly layer. In fact, it was even stronger than the breakthrough from the mid-level to the high-level sacred realm. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Chu Mu constantly mobilized the sword origin in his body to break through. After 3 days, he felt as if he had broken through the shackles. The divine wilderness sword origin started to boil, and it started to grow rapidly. The surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth was instantly absorbed into Chu Mu's body. More yuan qi of heaven and earth whizzed over and gathered around Chu Mu's body, binding him once again. A powerful aura surged and surged. This was the aura of an early 6th heavenly layer. Chu Mu had finally broken through. There are still 2 months left. I should consolidate my cultivation base first before trying my best to break through. Chu Mu thought to himself. It was definitely harder to break through to the 6th heavenly layer than the 5th heavenly layer. Therefore, Chu Mu did not know how far he could break through. He had to try his best. Chapter 1773. Outside the battle hall, there were people passing by from time to time. They looked like they were passing by casually, but they had other motives. It's almost a year. That guy should be coming out soon. That's right. 1 more day, and it will be a full year. Unless he's willing to pay the silver heart again to continue cultivating. I think the reason why he set a 1-year time limit is to match the spirit boosting pill. There are only 12 spirit boosting pills, and each pill lasts for a month. That's a total of 1 year. Tomorrow is the day he comes out. Watch him closely. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. It wasn't until the evening that Chu Mu's figure appeared. He's out. Report it immediately. The seemingly nonchalant people outside the war hall quickly took action and spread the news. Just nice. Middle 6th heavenly layer. Chu Mu said as he felt the divine, desolate sword essence flowing in his body. Yes, in 1 year, with 18 times the cultivation speed, Chu Mu had been cultivating in the outside world for 18 years. If he had been in the deep blue world for 18 years, with Chu Mu's dantian, which was different from other cultivators, it would have been impossible for him to raise a single level. However, the exiled land's natural energy was much denser than most places in the deep blue world. Therefore, his cultivation speed was much faster. Therefore, under the 18 times cultivation speed in the land of exile, Chu Mu's cultivation had not only broken through from the early 5th heavenly layer to the middle 6th heavenly layer. The 12 spiritual boosting pills were used up, but the dragon-devouring jade was still effective. It continued to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth into Chu Mu's body. It was constantly being refined and converted into divine, desolate sword essence. Chu Mu's cultivation base was slowly increasing. I wonder how strong I can be at the middle 6th heavenly layer. Chu Mu thought to himself. Suddenly he had an idea. He wanted to find an expert to test his strength and see how strong he was. Of course, this expert would have to be at least a 9-star Saint Realm beginner. Chu Mu was certain that he had the strength to fight against an ordinary 9-star saint, but he wasn't sure if he could fight against an intermediate 9-star saint. Young master. The little maid, Lin Biruo, had also finished her cultivation and walked out of the black iron cultivation room. The moment she saw Chu Mu, she quickly ran over to him. The multiplier in the iron-level cultivation room was 9 times. However, Lin Biruo's divine body was only at the early stage of level 3 and was not strong enough. Therefore, she could not withstand the impact of the qi of heaven and earth and sword essence all the time. Therefore, after a period of cultivation, she would stop and let her meridians rest. During this time, she would practice the azure water sky sword technique. Even so, 1 year of cultivation was equivalent to several years of cultivation in the outside world. Lin Biruo's original cultivation level was at the peak of the middle 5th heavenly layer. However, with her talent, it wasn't easy for her to break through to the late 5th heavenly layer. It would take several years. Now, because she had entered the iron-level cultivation room, she had successfully broken through and consolidated her late-stage 5th sky of Aeon cultivation. She had saved at least a year's time to reach the peak of the 5th sky of Aeon. Not bad. Let's go. Chu Mu nodded and left the battle hall with Biruo. You are welcome to come again, the deacon said as he sent Chu Mu and Lin Biruo out of the battle hall. Of course, he would welcome such a big customer. The more he came, the more he would earn. He would be a fool if he didn't. I will come again if I have the chance. At that time it will be cheaper. Chumu smiled and walked out of the battle hall without looking back. Lin Biruo and Lin Biruo went straight to Long Yunkong's manor. That was where Chumu was staying. After returning, Chumu impatiently pulled out his sword and began practicing his sword technique. For a whole year, Chumu had been practicing the Divine Baron's sword origin nonstop. He felt that he was about to forget the feeling of practicing the sword. Of course, he wouldn't forget. Even if he didn't practice the sword for 100 years, he wouldn't forget. Practicing the sword had long been imprinted in his bones. It had become his instinct. However, practicing the sword was a habit. If he didn't practice for a period of time, he would feel uncomfortable. Sword light lit up the courtyard when he drew his sword. What Chumu cultivated was the foundation sword technique. This was the main point of his cultivation. As for the other sword techniques, they all started from the low rank to the high rank, and then to the higher rank, switching back and forth. Ultimately, the foundation sword technique remained the same throughout the ages. The basic sword technique was the foundation of the sword technique. It was the most important and had been passed down for a long time. Seeing Chumu practicing the sword technique, Lin Biruo didn't stay idle. She also drew her sword and practiced the sword technique. He stayed there for another month. Every day, Chumu would practice the sword and comprehend. Because of the dragon swallowing jade, he didn't need to actively practice the Divine Baron sword origin. This guy, he actually didn't leave Bloodbath City. The group of 8-star saints who were waiting for Chumu to leave Bloodbath City had been paying attention to Chumu's movements. When they saw that he didn't seem to have any intention of leaving the manor, they were a little anxious. Although to them, 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years wasn't much, they had their own things to do. They couldn't just wait here for Chumu to leave Blood Slaughter City, right? Moreover, a few years really wasn't much. However, what if Chumu stayed for 10 years or even a few decades? We have to think of a way to force Chumu out of Bloodbath City. Force? How do you want to force him? Do you want to make a move? When Chumu was still in the war hall, these people didn't think too much about it. Now that Chumu had come out and didn't seem to have any intention of leaving Bloodbath City, they had no choice but to think of a way. They had to solve it as soon as possible. Moreover, the stronger Chumu was, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Right now, he was only at the mid-stage of the 6th sky of the Wangu realm. They believed that he wasn't their opponent. In the past few years, Chumu's reputation had spread far and wide. However, there were many people who didn't think that he was that strong. In their hearts, the most talented people in the younger generation were from the 6 great stars. At best, Chumu was a genius on the same level as them. In other words, Chumu was only at the mid-stage of the 6th sky of the Wangu realm, but he could fight against mid-stage 8-star true saints. However, if he was given enough time to break through to the 7th sky of the Wangu realm, they wouldn't be able to fight against him. At that time, they would have to run as far as they could. Otherwise, they would die. In fact, there were 4 people in the Waning Moon Sword Saints group. All of them were at the peak of the 8-star True Saint realm. Ying Wei's group had 4 people. One of them was a high-level 8-star True Saint realm, while the other 3 were mid-stage 8-star True Saints. They were Lin Ziki and Fei Yang's guards. Both of them had their eyes on Chumu. The interesting thing was that neither side knew the other's goal. Otherwise, they would be on guard against each other. Brother Ying Wei, I have an idea. One of Fei Yang's guards rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, "What idea? Speak." Ying Wei frowned and said. The other 2 mid-stage 8-star True Saints stared at the guard, waiting to see what he would say. "Doesn't Chumu have a maid?" The guard chuckled. "Maid? What's the use of that?" I've already investigated. That maid is called Lin Biro. She's from a small family called the Lin family. She used to be in charge of the Lin family, but because Chu Mu killed the Eagle Bear duo, she was willing to become Chu Mu's maid to avenge the Lin family. I can see that Chu Mu cares about this maid a lot. You mean? Ing Wei's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. That's right. What I mean is, we can use the small Lin family to lure Lin Biro out. Then we can capture her and bring her out of Bloodbath City. Then we can send a message to Chu Mu and lure him out of Bloodbath City. What if Chu Mu doesn't fall for it? Yeah, he might know that this is a plot against him. He can just ignore it. Anyway, it's just a try. It's just a small family. Even if we destroy it, it doesn't matter. If we fail, we can think of other ways. If we succeed, we don't have to wait. Okay, let's do that. Ing Wei finally made his decision. I'll leave this matter to you. Don't let Chu Mu find out about it. Don't worry, I'll do it well. A plot against Chu Mu was completed with such a simple plan. All that was left was to carry it out. A small family like the Lin family would not be able to resist them at all. Young master, I want to go back to my family. Lin Biro said to Chu Mu. Okay. Chu Mu nodded. Although she was his maid, Chu Mu would not restrict Biro's freedom. Moreover, it had been more than a year. It was normal for Biro to want to go back. After all, she used to be in charge of the family and had feelings for it. Not long after Lin Biro left, Chu Mu suddenly had a strange feeling. It was not very comfortable. Good. I didn't expect you to come out on your own before I even started. This 8-star mid-level saint-level expert was overjoyed when he saw Lin Biro, who was one step ahead of him. His original plan was to force the Lin family to summon Lin Biro back, then capture her. After all, although fighting was prohibited in Bloodbath City, his strength was far superior to Lin Biro's. If he wanted to capture her, it would only take an instant, and it wouldn't attract the attention of the Bloodbath Sword Guard. When Lin Biro entered the Lin family, this 8-star mid-level saint-level expert also entered the Lin family. He immediately made his move and captured Lin Biro. Success. This 8-star mid-level saint-level expert was very happy to capture her so easily. Next, I'll make some arrangements and send the news to Chu Mu. Soon, Ing Wei and the other 3 quickly left Bloodbath City and headed out of the city. Since fighting was prohibited in the city, they could only lure Chu Mu out of the city and kill him. Chapter 1774. There was an endless stream of people coming and going in the huge Bloodbath City. A figure shuttled through the crowd like a ghost, like a fish swimming against the current. His speed was extremely fast, and he seemed incomparably agile. Every time someone seemed to be moving in front of him, he would have already passed by, leaving behind a blurry back view. Chu Mu's expression was calm, and not a trace of emotion could be seen. His eyes were apathetic, as cold as ancient cold steel. With each step he took, he could often cross several meters. His figure shuttled through the crowd with extreme agility. Wherever he passed, the surrounding people seemed to feel a chill as he brushed past them. His expression was calm and indifferent, but the more furious he was, the more his killing intent burned. Not long ago, someone brought him a piece of news. His little maid Lin Biro had been captured. If he wanted her to live, he had to rush to the pine forest 10 li north of Bloodbath City within 6 hours. Otherwise, he would only be able to collect her corpse. It was just a piece of news, and there was no mention of who it was. But that wasn't important. What was important was that they dared to capture Lin Biro to threaten him. Chu Mu wasn't stupid. He knew that the other party's target was him. They wanted to lure him out of Bloodbath City before taking action. Then, those people could be the ones who had bid against him at the auction. His cultivation base had reached the middle 6th sky of the Wangu realm, and his strength had increased significantly. Chu Mu wanted to test how strong he had become. Will he come? Yeah, she's just a maid. Can she lure him out? It doesn't matter. If he doesn't come out, we'll just kill him. The guard glanced at the unconscious Lin Biro and said casually, if Chu Mu didn't come, Lin Biro would be killed by them. Then, They would think of other ways to lure Chu Mu out of Bloodbath City. For hours have passed. If he can't make it in 2 more hours, 6 hours from the manor to here. Even with his cultivation base at the 7th sky of the Wangu realm, it's still a bit difficult. If he really wants to make it here, he will definitely use up most of his energy. This was also part of their plan. They estimated Chu Mu's strength to be comparable to 6 stars. Therefore, a mid-stage 6th sky of the Aeon realm was equivalent to a mid-level 8-star saint. Furthermore, geniuses could fight across levels. Their strength was stronger than their cultivation, but cultivation was always a limitation. A 6th-level Aeon genius might not be any weaker than an 8th-level Aeon genius, but their sword energy was definitely not as much as an 8th-level Aeon genius. It had to be said that in order to kill Chu Mu, they had done their homework. First, they would greatly exhaust Chu Mu's strength before killing him to avoid any accidents. There was no room for error in the plan. Otherwise, if such a monster escaped and went into hiding to raise his cultivation and strength, the revenge he would exact upon them in the future would be unbearable. For hours past, a figure appeared in their line of sight. Haha, he's here. They actually came. Aren't they too stupid? Maybe they're very confident in their own strength. Chu Mu's speed was extremely fast. With a single step, he was more than 10 meters away. He saw the 4 guards and the unconscious Lin Biruo. She hadn't been killed yet. Chu Mu was slightly relieved. Then his indifferent eyes swept across the 4 guards' faces. For some reason, they felt a chill run down their spines. 5 hours. You're an hour earlier than the time we set. It seems like you really care about this maid. Ing Wei sneered. I wonder how much sword energy you have left. Chu Mu's expression didn't change at all. In fact, Chu Mu didn't use much energy to rush here from the manor in Bloodbath City. This was because he could use the vibration of his muscles to instantly burst out with power, especially after mastering the energy unification technique to perfection. He could use the most energy-conserving method to achieve the greatest effect. Therefore, when they saw Chu Mu walk a dozen meters in one step, it seemed as if he had used up a lot of energy. In reality, this wasn't the case. Moreover, his own energy recovery speed wasn't slow either. Therefore, after 5 hours of rushing here, he had only used up a small portion of his energy. Moreover, he was rapidly recovering. This was something Ing Wei and the others didn't know. Otherwise, they would have to replan. However, they didn't have the chance to do so. Lin Ziki, who else? Chu Mu's voice was indifferent, like a cold wind blowing past. Go to hell with your questions. The camp guard coldly laughed, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. The 4 of them flashed and formed a square encirclement, surrounding Chu Mu and pointing their swords at him. Attack! For sharp sword light tore through the sky like lightning and thunder. The sword light was blazing with killing intent, attacking Chu Mu from all directions. Any 8-star Saint Realm expert would be injured if they were to face such an attack. Unfortunately, Chu Mu's current strength was no longer limited to the 8-star Saint level. The 4 sword light, no matter how sharp and powerful, did not escape Chu Mu's perception. The trajectory of the 4 sword light was completely captured by Chu Mu. He clenched his right hand. Spiritual flames jumped and spread out, turning into a sword. With the blazing glory spiritual sword in hand, his killing intent suddenly gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The terrifying killing intent invaded the surroundings, enveloping the 4 people. A chill rose from the depths of their bodies. The energy unification spiritual sword was swung out. It was a silent sword. A wisp of red sword chi streaked across the sky in an arc. There was no beginning and no end, as if it was a line connecting the sky and the water. This was the last scenery that Ing Wei and the others saw in this world. It was as if they were sitting on top of a mountain facing the sea when the sun was setting in the west, looking at the line where the sea met the sky in the distance and the red glow of the sunset. How can the sword be so fast? A question appeared in Ingwei's mind. He felt the strength in his body was rapidly draining away. Darkness fell in front of him. He regretted that he had provoked Chu-Mu. It turned out that his real strength was far above his, and he was not an 8-star saint. However, it was too late for regret. One sword. It was just one sword. He did not use any sword moves. It was just a basic sword technique. That sword stroke contained several basic sword moves: the eternal sword intent, the true sword intent, the true slashing intent, and the energy unification technique. Even a peak 8-star saint rank would find it hard to block Chu-Mu's sword, let alone an 8-star saint high stage or middle stage. After the sword stroke, the red sword chi disappeared. 3 corpses fell to the ground. There was a thin red mark on each of their necks. The eternal sword intent, the true sword intent, and the true sword intent had destroyed the consciousness of the other party. There was still one person alive. It wasn't because Chu-Mu couldn't kill him, but because he had stayed behind to interrogate him. Other than Lin Ziki, who else is there? Chu-Mu turned around and looked at the person indifferently. I won't say anything even if I die. The 8-star saint gritted his teeth and said. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Too terrifying. Chu-Mu was too terrifying. He was only at the mid-stage of the 6th sky of the Wangu realm, but he could kill an 8-star saint and 2 8-star saints in one strike. The reason he didn't die was probably because Chu-Mu wanted to interrogate him. Even the 6-star kings didn't possess such strength when they were still at the mid-stage of the 6th sky of the Wangu realm. He knew that he had provoked the wrong person this time. No matter what, he couldn't reveal his young master's name. Otherwise, he would provoke a terrifying enemy. This kind of monstrous genius was even more terrifying than the 6-star kings. If he couldn't kill him, he would be the target of revenge. Then die. Chu-Mu said. With a flick of his wrist, the blazing brilliance spiritual sword pierced through the other party's forehead and destroyed his consciousness. The 8-star saint didn't expect Chu-Mu to be so decisive. Originally, he wanted to stall for time with Chu-Mu. After all, no one wanted to die like this. Unfortunately, when they captured Lin Biruo to threaten him, Chu-Mu had already decided to kill them. With a flash of sword light, Huang Xiaolong sliced open their heads and retrieved their primordial spirits. They were primordial spirits that had reached the mid-stage and late stage of the Wangu realm. Then, their interspatial rings became Chu-Mu's spoils of war. You've been watching for so long. It's time for you to come out. Chu-Mu said indifferently as he looked around and locked his gaze in front of him. However, he seemed to be talking to the air and didn't get any response. Chu-Mu didn't say anything else. His eyes became sharp like a sword. He raised his hand and slashed his sword upward. The sky seemed to split open. A white sword chi shot out from the void and slashed down. Heaven's scar killing sword move. One of the people hiding in the pine forest was targeted. He couldn't dodge and could only take the attack head-on. However, although the Heavenly Scar killing sword style was the weakest of Chu-Mu's sword styles, it wasn't that easy to block. The white sword chi slashed down. A scream was heard. One person was killed. Stop! We don't mean any harm. The remaining people couldn't stay calm anymore. They couldn't continue hiding. They could only show themselves and shout loudly. If they didn't show themselves and make a sound, they might be attacked again and killed like that person. These people were the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the others. Originally, when they noticed Ingwei and the others' movements, they planned to be the Oriole behind the mantis, stalking the cicada. Therefore, they hid in the pine forest and hid their traces and auras. They planned to wait for Ingwei and the others to kill Chu-Mu. Then, they would kill Ingwei and the others and intercept them. Unexpectedly, the result was completely out of their expectations. Ingwei and the others didn't kill Chu-Mu as they wished. Instead, they were killed by Chu-Mu with one strike. What did it mean to be killed with one strike? Ingwei was an 8-star saint at the high level, and the other 3 were 8-star saint at the middle level. Even the waning moon sword saint would have to spend some time to kill them. Didn't it mean that Chu Mu, who they thought of as their target, was stronger than them? Chapter 1775. In front of Chu Mu were the waning moon sword saint and the other 2-peak 8-star martial saints. However, at this moment, they did not have the demeanor of an expert. Their faces were pale and their hearts were palpitating. Wrong. They had made a mistake in their judgment. This mid-level 6-star martial saint was not prey at all. He was a powerful hunter. He had killed 2 mid-level 8-star martial saints and 1 high-level 8-star martial saint with a single strike. He had also injured the other mid-level 8-star martial saint. If he wanted to, he could even kill them. Then he had killed a peak 8-star martial saint with a single strike. Such strength was definitely not at the level of an 8-star martial saint. He was at the level of a 9-star martial saint. With such strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill them. Sir, we mean no harm. To the left of the waning moon sword saint was the rock sword saint. He hurriedly said in a very sincere tone, Yes, sir, we mean no harm. The waning moon sword saint and the 3rd peak 8-star martial saint said the same. As for the 4th one, he had already died under Chu Mu's heavenly scar sword style. Would you believe your own words? Chu Mu asked as he withdrew his spiritual power from Lin Biro's body. She had only fainted because her sword origin was sealed. There were no other injuries. Sir, our purpose is only to kill those 4 people. The waning moon sword saint's voice was somewhat feminine as he smiled bitterly. With the waning moon sword saint's words, Chu Mu immediately understood. Their goal was to wait for the 4 camp guards to kill him before killing the 4 camp guards and being the fishermen. However, so what? Since they had appeared here, it meant that they did not have good intentions. Sir, we are willing to pay a sufficient price, the rock sword saint said. The other party was too strong. They were not people they could fight against. Since that was the case, it would be too stupid to go against them. They planned to use some treasures and the like in exchange for their lives. In the land of exile, this was not a strange thing to do. However, at the peak 8-star martial saint level, such a thing had not happened for a long time. It had always been others who said this. This was a long-lost feeling, but there was nothing worth reminiscing about. They would rather not have it because it was a kind of humiliation. What kind of price can be worth the life of a peak 8-star martial saint? Chu Mu asked with a faint smile. The price was not uniform and there was no standard. It all depended on the situation. However, under normal circumstances, the life of a peak 8-star saint would definitely be more valuable than that of a 7-star saint. I'm willing to hand over most of the items in my spatial ring, the waning moon sword saint said, helplessly. If he had known that this would be the result, he would not have dared to have such thoughts. What a pity! Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. He might not die now, but he would lose most of his collection. That was his accumulation of hundreds of years. However, in order to survive, it was worth it. As long as he was alive, he could gain more. I need sword guards. The 3 of you are barely qualified. Chu Mu smiled. This was something he had just thought of. This time, someone had used Lin Biro to deal with him. Next time, someone might use the same trick. Even without Lin Biro, the person who wanted to deal with him would definitely think of other ways. For example, if they captured his friends or Long Yun Kong, he would definitely go and rescue them. However, Lin Biro was here now. Since she was his maid, Chu Mu would not allow anyone to use her to threaten him, nor would he allow anyone to harm her. The best way was, of course, to increase Lin Biro's strength so that she would have the ability to protect herself. However, Lin Biro's strength was only at the high level of a 5-star martial saint. Even if she completed the cultivation of the clear water sky sword technique and grasped the essence, she would at most have the strength of an ordinary 5-star martial saint at the peak level. It would be very difficult to increase Lin Biro's strength. It would take a very long time. Since that was the case, he could only rely on external forces and find a few powerful people to be her bodyguards. It just so happened that the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the other two were all 8-star martial saints. They were all experienced and powerful. They were very suitable candidates. The expressions of the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the other two immediately changed. They would rather give up all their treasures than become someone's bodyguard. Bodyguards were always inferior. In the land of exile, they were considered powerful people with some reputation. Even if the other party was a 9-star martial saint, they would not agree to become someone's bodyguard. Die or become a bodyguard. Choose one. Chumu knew what they were thinking just by looking at their expressions. He threw out the sentence directly. Sir, please don't force us. The Waning Moon Sword Saint said with difficulty. His originally feminine face became even more gloomy. The Sword Saint to the right of the Waning Moon Sword Saint suddenly moved. He exploded with his fastest speed. He could swear that this was the fastest speed he had ever exploded with. He did not run away. Instead, he flew towards Lin Biro. He planned to capture Lin Biro to threaten Chumu. From the fact that this maidservant was captured to lure Chumu out of the city, it could be seen that this maidservant was very important to him. Therefore, he felt that as long as he captured this maidservant, he could use her as a protective talisman to let him leave alive without any losses. However, he was right, but he did it wrong. The moment his body moved, Chumu's sword also flicked upwards. In the air, a white sword aura instantly shot out from the void and slashed downwards. The killing sword of Heaven Scar, the white sword Chi, slashed down with unparalleled speed. This 8-star martial saint was hit by the killing sword of Heaven Scar before he could even get close to Lin Biro. He could not dodge. The protective sword aura on his body was extremely fragile. It was instantly torn apart like a thin piece of paper. He paused and raised his sword in an attempt to block. However, with Chumu's strength as a 6-star martial saint, the killing sword of Heaven Scar was not something an ordinary 8-star martial saint could block. As the sword slashed down, the sword of Heaven Scar was split into two. Even his primordial spirit was cut open and shattered. The killing sword of Heaven Scar was the weakest of all the sword moves. However, compared to other sword moves, it was definitely much more powerful. Another instant kill right before their eyes. This made the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint's eyelids twitch. They felt cold all over, and their palms became wet. Being killed was nothing. However, to be killed in an instant with such a clean strike, they could not help but feel terrified. Have you two thought it through? Chumu's sword fell slowly. It was as if he had not just killed an 8-star martial saint. Instead, it was as if he had just killed a cockroach. Or you can try to end up like him. This sentence made the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint want to cry. Yes, they really wanted to cry right now. I won't make things difficult for the two of you. Let's set a time limit of 100 years. After 100 years, you will be free. Chumu lowered the conditions slightly. 100 years. The Rock Sword Saint asked, Are you sure it's 100 years? The Waning Moon Sword Saint repeated, 100 years. Swear, by the way of the sword. Chumu said seriously. The Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint looked at each other. Compared to losing their lives, 100 years as a bodyguard was not an unacceptable thing. Moreover, when he thought about it again, although the other party was only a 6-star saint, his strength was comparable to an ordinary 9-star saint. Such talent was completely above the 6-star saints. It would not be a waste to follow such a person. Thinking of this, they felt much better. Then they swore by the way of the sword. Chumu naturally swore as well. The content of the oath was that he would let the two of them go free after 100 years. After swearing, the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint were relieved. Since it was already a done deal, there was no way to go back on it. Young Master. The two of them also changed their greetings and called Chumu Young Master. To Chumu, this greeting was more appropriate. Then, Chumu woke Lin Biruo up. After a brief explanation, Lin Biruo calmed down, but she looked a little depressed. "Young master, I'm really sorry." Lin Biruo said, "I'm too useless. Just work hard and improve your strength." Chumu said. Then he introduced the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint to Lin Biruo. Lin Biruo made up her mind to work harder and improve her strength. After hearing Chumu's introduction, she was very surprised. The Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint were two very famous experts in Bloodbath City. They were at the peak of the 8-star Martial Saint level. Now, they were the young master's guards. Lin Biruo felt that the young master was becoming more and more mysterious. But so what? She just needed to focus on serving the young master and improving her strength. After collecting the spoils and disposing of the corpses, Chumu brought Lin Biruo and the two new guards back to Bloodbath City. The two guards' purpose was to protect Lin Biruo. Sometimes they had to help Chumu deal with some matters. Young master, 2 of the 4 guards are Lin Ziki's guards, and the other 2 are Fei Yang's guards. The Rock Sword Saint said. Fei Yang. Chumu frowned slightly. Young master, Fei Yang is the one who stood on Lin Ziki's side against you at the auction. He's the only son of a vice sect leader of the Ghost Dragon sect in Zhanlong City. He's at the early stage of the 7th sky of Wangu. He can be considered a genius of the 2nd division. Fei Yang. After repeating this name, Chumu changed the topic. He had his own plans, but he didn't say it yet. At the auction, what was the final price for the last 9 spots of the Black Mystery Realm? After bidding for the first spot, Chumu left the auction. He was curious about the final price of the last 9 spots. After all, his bid was 1,000 silver hearts. The Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint also left after Chumu. However, they heard the news later, so they knew the final price of the last 9 spots. The 2nd to 8th spots were sold for more than 1,000 silver hearts, but not by much. The 9th spot was sold for more than 1,100, and the 10th spot, which was the last spot, was sold for 1,300.